Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Thursday, February the 14th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk, and good morning. I hope that you are having a good week. The weekend is right around the corner. So let's open some mail and do some art and show you where I am on my slow stitch. That's what I'm doing today. So we'll come back to the slow stitch. Let me set up my tablet so that I can see folks who come in. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Are you awake? Are you awake? My channel. There we are. Hi, Becky. Good morning, lady. Hi, Arlene. Good morning, lady. It's good to see you both. Good morning, good morning. And you're looking at a box. Things are starting to come in from the sale that they had to support Janet. I'm still waiting on a couple things. And, you know, I don't know who this box is from because I threw the mail tag away. This one, well, we'll get back to these. I think this box is from Malia. Yeah, I'm not real sure. This one, we'll come back to that one. This one, I think is from Mr. Roy. Roy. He and his partner are planning a trip to Florida, and so he had to get it out. Let's open it up and see what's in here. I still have things on my desk that I've been sorting out here. Ribbon embroidery. A cache of jewels. Oh, look. There's a bookmark in here. Really, I don't remember getting this, but I guess I must have. Look. Look what he included here. He stitched. This looks like it's on an interfacing here. And he stitched along. Let me hold it up so you guys can see it. He stitched along the sides here, and it looks like there's a stiff interfacing over here, and then he sewed buttons. I think this is a bookmark. How cool is that? A Cache of Jewels by Ruth Heller, and looks like there is good information in here. Good. A Cache of Jewels and Other Collective Nouns. Written and illustrated by Ruth Heller. There's a piece of nice watercolor paper in there. A Cache of Jewels for the Crowns of Kings. It looks like might be a children's book, maybe. A Flock of Sheep. A Host of Angels Fast Asleep. Look at all these pictures. A swarm of bees. A bouquet. How cool is this? This just make a fun little art journal. Ribbon embroidery. I don't remember getting these, Roy, but I'll take them. I think these are patterns with 178 iron-on transfers. How cool is that? These are transfers. Use the iron transfers on dark fabrics, towels, and clothing. Wow. And then you can do embroidery. I just joined a group on Facebook, an embroidery group. Quite a large group. I'm following it. I really haven't posted anything. I'm kind of getting used to what they're doing. They're a embroidery journaling group. Cool books, Roy. Thank you so much for those. And then this is the piece de resistance. This is a quilt top, and I already told him I'm planning on cutting it. And he said, go ahead, it's yours now. And he's got everything basted together. And I think it looks like a sort of a log cabin type strip quilt. I think it's a crib quilt that he made for one of his granddaughters, and he never really got it finished. Boy, this would make nice journal pages too. Oh, wow. How cool is this, Roy? Very nice. Roy does a lot of fabric work that I'm just not talented at. Thank you so much, Roy. And I'm knocking my other mail down here. So that's from Mr. Roy. You know, I might, before I cut it, just spread it out over some of my boxes and use it as a coverlet type thing. So I have a lot of boxes that need covered. I need to get in here and sort again. All right. Thank you so much, Roy, for those. Very cool, very cool. Cool school. This is all going behind me for now. Welcome to everybody who's coming in. This envelope is from the Papered Rooster, Wendy, and she's a part of Pearl's group. Boy, I just love this. This is so cool. This is going to go out by my recliner with all my books. Let's welcome everybody in. Rhonda's here. Arlene is here. Becky's here. Good morning, ladies. They're all saying good morning. Fussy Cutting Paradise. Yes, that one book. Becky said, all the words are a list of collections. All the words are a list of collections. Oh, really? In that book? Ribbon embroidery is so pretty. I'll tell you, though, the only ribbons I can get access to now, they used to sell ribbons. You know, you used to be able to go to Hobby Lobby and buy all these little ribbons, but they quit selling them for some reason or another. I guess if they don't sell enough of them, they figure nobody's interested and they take them off the market. Let's see. Do I need to adjust my camera now? Let's adjust my camera a little. Let's see. Becky says, it has gotten quite difficult to find silk ribbons to do it. Yes, it has, Becky. I might just do slow stitching on the transfers. I might just do slow stitching. And speaking of slow stitching, I woke up and I was slow stitching in my dreams. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? I'm going to pull this older postcard out because I'm going to show you I got some of my postcards back in the mail. And I was slow stitching on Becky's fabric piece, and my dream gave me an idea. Yeah, Becky, it has gotten difficult to find those silk ribbons. Hobby Lobby, I used to get them at Hobby Lobby and Joann's. They used to have little walls of those little silk ribbons on those little cards. I think it was at Bucilla, Bucilla, used to sell them. Now you have to order them online, but they're a little bit expensive. I haven't checked Amazon. I imagine you could get them on Amazon. Yeah. Let's see. Rhonda said, that's one thing I don't like doing embroidery. I hate all the changing of the thread. Yeah, I've learned to thread those needles, Rhonda. Becky says, rail fence. Rail fence. I'm not sure what that means, Becky. All the words are listed collection, rail fence. Arlene says, oh, I love doing it. It's not the only craft that has its own little kit. Yeah. It is the only craft that has its own little kit. It's a lost art. Yes, it is. Arlene says, I get my skinny satin ribbon from a company called Home Sew. Oh, that's good information. I'll have to look that up. Home Sew. Home Sew. Thank you, Arlene. I'll check on that. Oh, the quilt is rail fence. Really? Oh, that's interesting. It's a nice quilt. It's a nice quilt. Yeah, I might just not cut it right away until I'm ready to, you know, sometimes I keep these things around until the perfect time. Oh, thank you, Becky, homesew.com. Very cool. Thank you for that link. Okay, now this is, I went to one of Pearl's sales because I haven't been there for a while. And I bought from both Pearl and Wendy. And another one that I'm waiting to come in called Lindy. And I can't wait to get Lindy's. She said it's been mailed, so. And I'm still waiting on my things from Shelley. Shelley, I checked with Shelley because I was wondering what was going on there. And she said that she was waiting on mail that, you know, she sold things from Jamie and somebody else, and she's waiting for the mail to come in. And so I still have a few things coming in. Now these are from Wendy, and these look like some ink pads, used ink pads. Well, she packed them up real nice. I haven't bought from Wendy before. I see her, she usually sells with Pearl. Now these things have been gently used, but they might even be new. They're just mini ink pads, distress ink. And I thought these would be nice when I work on my postcards and stuff. I'm going to toss that. I'm going to have to find a good place to keep this stuff because these little things tend to get jostled around. So let's see what I have in here. Some rice paper. All right. This looks like a freebie. A thank you. Thank you, freebies, little. I never can get into this. Dee Dee always says, cut it, Mary, cut it. And I'm going, I don't want to cut. Here, it's up here. This is a nice envelope. Can never find the opening. I know it's up here. I can see it. I can see the fold, but I can't find the, maybe it's here. Boy, this is a nice one. I might have to cut this one. There it comes. Do I need to zoom in a little? I hate to zoom in too much. Let me pull these out. Let me zoom in just a tidbit. No, well, I don't know what you guys are seeing. It's so hard to get this set because there we go. So we got a little calling card. Little, looks like it's a cut card. And a smile journal card. little journaling spots. These are nice. These are good in the journals. Little journal cards. Little note cards. Journal spots. And a collection of butterflies. Oh, how cool is that? Now, can I get it back in? The big ones are going to give me the trouble. Ah. Maybe we'll put them all in this one. This looks like some papers. Oh, I remember buying these. These are brick. Oh, there we go. These are brick scrapbook papers. I thought these were pretty cool. They're brick. And they're double-sided. I like these a lot. Remind me of old buildings. I'm going to put it like this. This is her thank you. There's lots to play with from these sales. And this is a rice paper. It's Easter here. It says Winter Wonderland, but those bunnies remind me of Easter. There's some rice paper on the back. I'm not going to open this up because I think that's, well, I don't know how this opens. It's just one sheet. It's the bunnies. Well, or is it two? I think this is, no, I think it's two here. Bunnies and stars. It looks like it's printed on rice paper. That's interesting. I'm not going to take it clear out because it will, honestly. So there's the papers. I'm going to put this in here. It's stuck on the... And then, I think this is a book, but it's all wrapped up nice. She does a nice job at, and this is just my scrap paper from while I was doing that Valentine's Day hop with Raoul. The sale was a successful sale. I don't know how much money they brought in. I haven't heard. But I know just from being there the entire day that it was a successful sale. And it was to benefit Janet, who lost her husband. Well, whose husband moved on to his next journey. I think her husband had been quite ill. And, you know, I'm going to tell you that story again, that from Christmas or it was from Thanksgiving when we went out to dinner. My nephew invited us out and his family invited us out to dinner. But when we finally got home, I said, oh, it's so good to be home. It's so good to be home. It was a long day and I was tired and we did all that driving. And These are nice envelopes. I'm going to save these for transparent art journaling. I said, it's so good to be home. And, you know, it's just like the Holy Spirit said to me, when you have friends that pass away, or family members that pass away, they went home. It's so good to be home. And so they're at rest now. They're at peace. And they don't have all the worldly troubles that they've had down here. Hopefully. And it's so good to be home. So good to be home. This is interesting tape. It looks like it's picked up a part of that. Isn't that interesting? I wonder if I can get this off the same way. It's picked up a part of the, I'm going to put it on the back of, let's put it on the back of this envelope. Very interesting. Packing tape transfer off of this paper. And I forgot what I got here. Oh, Flowers and Fairies. I remember buying this. And look at this. You get, when she wrapped this up so nice, you get the wrapping paper to use in your art journaling. I'm going to put that back in the envelope too. I'm a little slow this morning, you guys. I've missed you so much. An update on my brother. He's doing well. He had a procedure that I'm not comfortable talking about all of his medical issues because that's kind of his private stuff. But we avoided him. Hopefully, he's got to go back in 3 months for another checkup. Make sure that the doctor got everything. But hopefully we've avoided a surgery that I want to call a major surgery. It probably isn't as major as I think it is, but it's major to me and it's major to him. He would have been in the hospital for a week or so, and that's major to me. And we think we've avoided that. We hope. But it was a trying day. It was trying for him. He really, they put him under, and he it was kind of interesting to watch him wake up from that anesthesia. But then when we went home, we got out of there just around 5:30, 6 o'clock. And boy, Lincoln, it was in Lincoln, Nebraska. And we had to drive home yet. And the sun was just setting. And on those highways, Lincoln has changed so much. They built out, and you go out head out the south part of Lincoln, and they have all these roundabouts. We had to go through 3 or 4 roundabouts to get to the major highway. Well, I got through those okay because I was heading south. But then on the major highway, I had to head west. And I'll tell you, that sun, I missed a couple turns because the sun was so bright. It was so bright. And but that was probably the worst part of the driving. It wasn't, you know, if that was all we had to deal with, that wasn't the worst of it all. But it wasn't, you know, I had to backtrack a couple times, but we made it. And once I make it out on the country highways, I'm okay, because then, you know, the sun went down and I was still driving at night. And I don't usually drive at night anymore. And these cars, even out in the country, on the highways, they tend to turn their lights on bright. They don't, you know, when you're in the city, when you're in the town, you leave your lights on dim. And I've had to flash my lights a couple times to get people to dim your lights, man. So, but we made it home. It was like 8 o'clock, 8:30 at night when we finally made it home. And we were both just tired. He was still kind of groggy and waking up from his surgery. It wasn't surgery, but I call it surgery. And waking up from his anesthesia. And he had some pain. And I think it kind of worried the doctor. And so the doctor kept him a little longer than what we normally would count on. And he did a CT scan to make sure that everything was okay. And it seemed like good news. And he's been kind of resting up and healing the last couple days. He said he's still got a little pain, but it's not too bad. So I'm just hoping that, you know, he's sore and he just needs to rest and heal. And that's kind of where I've been the last few, why I haven't been streaming. And I've been so tired. That drive wears me out. It wears me out, you know. And then the next day, I had to go. I had to go put some money in the bank, and I did a little bit of thrifting. Not a lot. I'll show you what I got here. So, and by the time yesterday rolled around, I was pooped. So I'm slowly catching up on my sleep. Good morning, Kimberly. Let me refresh my chat and make sure I've said good morning to everybody. Kimberly's here. Good morning, Kimberly. Hi, Brenda. Good morning, ladies. Kimberly says, good morning, Brenda. You never drive at night either. I used to drive at night, and I used to drive long distances, but I'm getting old, you guys. I'm not used to all this running around. I mean, I do go, but I usually don't go on long trips anymore. And I know I got a couple more coming up in my future, but you know, it wears me out. Yeah, you can't see at night, Arlene says. Well, it's when those lights, they don't dim there on these country roads or country highways, you know, and it's 2-lane, and I like the country road a lot better because there's not as much traffic, but you know, when those lights are on bright, even a mile away, it's bright, and if they don't dim them till, you know, a couple blocks away, I mean, that's right in your eyes, and I have to blink my lights to say, hey, turn them on dim, and they get the message. Hi, Terry L. It's good to see you. Good morning, good morning. Terry? Do you go walking daily? I used to walk all the time. I brought my walking shoes home from Madison, and I don't think I ever brought them out in my car. And I think they fell into the front seat, and I need to get out there and reach under the front seat and get my walking shoes. I think they're there. If they're not there, I either didn't bring them home with me or I've lost them because I can't find them. But I might just go to the thrift store and get me a pair. And I do want to start walking more. No, I don't generally, especially in the daytime. Now in the spring, I do a lot of yard work, so that's a lot of walking and mowing the lawn. You know, spring into late summer, I mow that lawn. Sometimes it needs, depending on how much rain we get, how fast it grows. Sometimes it's 2 times a week, and that's a lot of walking. We don't have a riding mower. I push the lawnmower. And I think we're going to have an early spring. Let's see, Terry came in. Yeah, you should build up your stamina. Yeah, Becky's telling me that walking is the best thing for lowering your blood pressure. And boy, I'll tell you, I think when I did all that driving, that especially when you get up, Lincoln has grown so much. And, you know, I used to live in Lincoln for almost 10 years while I was going to school. And then after school, I worked in Lincoln, and some of those places are familiar to me. But what used to be country or on the edge of town is now major suburban. I mean, it has really grown. Lincoln has really grown. And I know the major streets, and that's what we do. We get on a major street and usually takes us to where we want. But it's watching all that traffic and being careful where you're going and trying to find our way. And I know that tenses me up and my blood pressure probably goes up then. I probably need to get out and walk. Rhonda says, it's nice to have a winter break from the outdoor chores, but that long of a break from not doing anything isn't good for you. Well, I do stuff inside the house, but it's not a lot of walking like outdoor stuff. But I think we're going to have an early spring. We're seeing geese flying over. I saw some the other day when I was in Hastings, which is where we go to get our groceries and where I usually go thrifting and stuff like that. Yeah, I saw geese flying over. So I think we're going to have an early spring. All the snow around here has melted. I wanted to get out. It's going to be nice again today. I wanted to get out, and I thought, man, I should get out and rake some of those leaves that I didn't get last fall. But then I thought, no, I think I'll leave them a little bit longer and, let it's good to leave some of that stuff on the ground during the winter and let the ground rest. That I'm going to rake. There's the south part of the yard that I didn't get raked. It's got quite a few leaves. I'm going to rake it over into a pile and use it to mulch our garden this spring. Hi, Raul. Good morning. He says, hi, Meri and Fibs. I'm drawing all the movie trailer character from the Super Bowl ads. Wicked, Kung Fu Panda, and Despicable Me, and Inside Out. Well, that's cool, Roy. Arlene says, when I was a kid, I thought Lincoln was so pretty. But when I was there in 2006, I only wanted to get away. Yeah, I lived in Lincoln for several years, right after high school, and I went to the university, and I went to business school there. I worked for several years after I graduated from school, and a lot has changed. It's growing really big. I wanted to get to Michael's and Hobby Lobby and Barnes & Noble. I did the first time we went. We went twice this month. We went February 1st, and then we went on the 13th, or was it the 12th? And the 12th we went. And I got to Barnes & Noble's. That's where I got those art magazines. But I didn't get to Michael's or Hobby Lobby or anything, mostly because the second time, I needed to stay right in the hospital there. And we didn't get out of the hospital until 5:30, 6 o'clock. And we didn't stop. I didn't have anything to eat all day. I should have tried to find something in the hospital to eat, but I was tired, and I just sat in this little room all day long with my phone and a book. I started reading a book called Casting Off. It's about knitting. It's not a technique book, it's a novel. It's called Casting Off. This lady goes off to Ireland to research the sweaters that they knit over there in Ireland. I'm about 5 or 6 chapters into it. The groundhog said early spring. He did, and that's fine with me. Yeah, I think you can tell by nature. Really, when I think spring is when the trees start budding. Now, I haven't noticed the trees budding yet, but it's around the corner. It's around the corner. I think we're going to have an early spring. And I want to do a lot more yard work this summer. I did a lot last summer, but I kind of tend to let that garden get away from me in June into July. And I'm going to try to mulch things a little bit better this year. We mulched the corn last year, and that really kept the weeds out of the corn. And we hilled it and mulched it. We still had to water it. And we planted watermelon. I want to see if we can't I'm going to have to start looking. I want to get some seedless watermelon seeds. The watermelon grew really good for us last year. And some things don't grow good out there. But I want to try some different things. My brother likes zucchini. We always grow zucchini, and he always grows his tomatoes. Those always grow good for us. But my flowers haven't been doing that well, and that kind of concerns me, but we'll see. The wasps are out, Joyce says. Hi, Joyce. Good morning, Joyce. Joyce says, I saw some yesterday. Bunkers. Brenda says, Jinx, it's a long time. One spot on the 2-lane highways has an elementary school, then a half-mile away, the high school. Start to end zone is almost a mile. It sounds to me like very little walk time. Yesterday, I walked to the mailbox and back with tightness in the back, but not pain. A whole 350 feet. I couldn't do it before the epidural treatment and nerve ablation. Well, take it easy, Brenda. Just take it slow. Mina! Hi, Mina. Good morning, Mina. Who else am I missing? Kimberly's here. Good morning, Kimberly. Raul popped in. Joyce and Rhonda. Becky was here earlier. She's probably fixing breakfast. Terry L is here. Good morning, Terry. And Rhonda, Kimberly, Brenda. Did I say good morning to you, Brenda? Brenda A. Becky said, I'm not finding silk ribbon at the Home Sews website, Arlene. Let me check my last order and see if I have a reorder option. Huh. Good morning, ladies. Well, I got this Flower Fairy book, a Gardener's Year, and I thought this would be fun for maybe the gardening journal. It starts in January, though. But look, the days are not numbered, so it's kind of it's really, you can write on this at any time. The gardening journal I got from Lori is filled, although I could probably do one more year. But I thought this would make a nice garden journal, a gardener's year. And this is really it's really a nice little journal. Now, January and February, I probably won't do much. March is generally when I start getting outdoors, depending on the weather. It's got a lot of text in here, and then it gets into the December. Where's winter? Autumn. Oh, I see it goes by seasons. So this is a cool little book. Now, I think this box is from Malia. Let's get it out here. This is from I bought a lot of my stuff from Shelley's, but I did buy some stuff from Malia's side. And let's see what's in here. I tore the name tag off, so I didn't check to see, but I'm pretty sure this came from Malia, who is known as the Chadwick Rose, I believe. Do I have that right or wrong? I just know her. Oh, it's lovely Malia. All right. Chickafil. Little journaling. All right. I'll pull this stuff out and then I'll go through it as I put it back in the box. Let's just turn the box upside down. Okay. I like the boxes because I need stuff to store stuff in. I got some ink pads, cobalt blue. I use these. This is a memento pad, cocoa, and got some little mini ones here. So I got ink pads over on my roundabout there. I bought this cookbook. Now she said the cover was, said the cover was coming off. But that was okay with me because I usually split my spines anyway. And it's the Complete Family Cookbook. That's just my name tag. Is something missing? If you're missing chapters of a binder at the end of the book, promotion at a local retail outlet, here's an opportunity to order the missing parts. So we generally use these for art journals, but boy, there's a lot of recipes in here. Makes me hungry. Fudge cupcakes. Oh, let's get past this part. Custard pie, lemon meringue pie. I love lemon meringue. You have a 9-inch baked cooled pie shell, 1.5 cups of sugar, cornstarch, water, egg yolks, butter, lemon juice, grated lemon rind, 2 egg whites, cream of tartar, sugar, and lemon extract. Sounds good. Fish and shellfish. I do like fish. Bread stuffing, crunchy baked fish fillets, Spanish salmon, tuna stroganoff on rice. I still haven't figured out, let's see, meats. I'm going to skip the meats because I pretty well have stopped eating a lot of beef and pork and stuff. My brother still eats it, but I can't have all that. Poultry, game, eggs, and cheese. Salads and dressings. What I want are some recipes for cooking cabbage, and I think I turned to it here. Coleslaw, carrot coleslaw, green pepper coleslaw. This is all coleslaw. But soup secrets. Let's see, do they have an index to the... They don't have an index to the salads. Nope. Different salads. I've been eating a lot of salads the last couple of days. I just mixed up a big old batch of it, and I've been eating off of it because it's easy. These are sauces that you can do. Mushroom soup. That sounds good. Clam chowder. You got to be careful on these soups, though, too. They can get vegetables. This is the chapter I need. Asparagus, cabbage, shredded and quartered. 3 to 10 and 10 to 15. Lemon butter, green beans, casseroles, beets, broccoli, carrots. That sounds good. Fried cauliflower, golden cauliflower. Cauliflower's gotten expensive. I don't see the cabbage here. Corn sticks, kale, mushrooms, noodles, onions, black-eyed peas, some peppers, some potatoes. I thought it went alphabetical, but I don't see the cabbage. Well, I'll look for that later. So it's a nice little... Might look at these recipes before and pull out the ones that I like before I make an art journal out of it. This would make a nice art journal because it's got very nice rings. And I knew before I bought it that... And then she put in a couple more cookbooks here. So there we go. There's that. Let me pull it off and put it back in the box. And I got some Reader's Digest book covers. And let's see. Just a little bit too short for my pages that I fold in half, but I can make pages for it. Which means I want to get back to my scavenger hunt. But I like these covers. They're very unique here. Very unique covers. These will make nice writing journals, to tell you the truth. I think I got 4 of them. That one's missing a spine. This is just the The spine came off of it, which is okay because I break the spines anyway a lot of times. And they're very unique covers. So I got 4 of those. Let's just bend them down. And then it looks like I got some yarn here. Red yarn with gold trim. This is pretty. Gold in here. Looks like I could maybe tap with this with the larger needles. This is more of a thread yarn. This is not a, well, let me figure this out. Oh, it's a lace yarn. I see. I couldn't tap with it. But it's a lacy, it's lace. I wanted to call it yarn, and it probably is yarn, but it's kind of a lace trim. Like that. That'll be pretty in a December daily, wouldn't it? And I think I'm going to start my December daily early this year because I want to do slow stitch one. And then there's some more trims here. Oh no, yeah. Some more, I think these can't look like they might have come from Safia. Aren't these beautiful? Appliques. Aren't these beautiful? Just beautiful. The golds. This one, this one is gorgeous. Gold and black. Oh my goodness. I'm going to put them all together. You could almost just do a journal of these. These are so pretty. The gold gets me. The gold gets me. This one's nice. Oh, look at this peacock. Oh, that's gorgeous. I'm going to put them all together. Looks like I might have gotten about 3 of them. This is just stuff you can't go to Hobby Lobby and buy, I don't think. Oh, look at this. That almost looks like a fruit in a way. And these look like little, they almost look like French knots. They're not, but they're very cool. Little trims. I love this type of thing. I can use them in, look, is this another peacock? It almost looks like another peacock, but it's not. It's a flourish type thing. So beautiful. So this, everything here benefited Janet. Everything you bought benefited Janet. And 100% of the proceeds went to Janet to help her out with funeral costs and everything that she had to deal with. You know, when your family member passes away, it leaves a gap in your finances. All right, and I think this is like a little journaling kit. Let's open it up. Looks like a little book here. Golden book. Has my name on it. And some ribbons here. And some washi tape and ephemera. Looks like a couple of little rings there. This is all ephemera. I'm not going to open it up because some recipe cards for journal spots, some papers, some, you know, just journal stuff. Actually, these are cards which would go nice for my scribble journals. Look at the birds. Oh, this would make a nice scribble journal cover. Keep that out. Some postcards. Some old-fashioned postcards. They haven't been used, but they're the old-fashioned kind. Tags. So this is all journaling. That would go nice with the... I think I'm going to save this one out for a spring... a spring scribble journal. And I got papers. So there's scrapbook papers, and then the cover is Little Red Riding Hood. Aww, Little Red Riding Hood. Golden book. Aww, I could do a Little Red Riding Hood doll, paper doll. So there's that. Fun stuff. Fun. And I don't know who sold this. A lot of donations came in. So whoever sold this, thank you for your donation to the sale. I'm going to keep this one out because I'm liking that card. If I don't knock it off my counter here. So, and then I've got some other Happy Mail that's not sales stuff. Let me get this in. These envelopes are hard sometimes because the sticky stuff sticks on the what you're trying to put in there. Put that little ink pad in there. We'll have to work on these in a we'll have to work on these in a separate stream. Honestly, what did it do? It closed up on me. I wasn't ready for you to close yet. And I'm going to put these other little ink pads in there just to keep them, because otherwise I'll lose them. I had another one over here. I don't know. It's already... I thought I had 3 of them. These... There we go. Alrighty. So thank you, Malia and Shelley and everybody who donated. Thank you so much for everything. Now I have some other Happy Mail here. I got a card from Becky. And I have an idea what this might be, but let's go ahead and open it up. Becky. Get a little scissors out here to... Don't think I can get that washi off. Well, maybe I can. There we go. Becky does such neat cards. That's what she's done here. Look at her birds. Aren't they cute? Aren't they cute? It says, trust your crazy ideas. Oh, Becky, that is so original. Look at those little, I think they were watercolor splot and doodles. She made little birds out of them. They're so cute. Trust your crazy ideas. And she says, hi, Mary. Just a little thank you for playing along with my fabric prompt game. And I'm going to show that this morning. I'm going to show you where I am on that. I made some of these little badges out of scrap fabric from my very own bag fabric, Becky. what a cute idea. And I've seen these that she's been mailing out to folks who participated in her fabric. And yesterday she was doing a inspiration from the Somerset magazine. I forget what you call it, but it was very inspiring. And what it is here, let me get the little baggie out. She's washi taped everything. Washi taped everything. She has. I'm going to put this with the little note card here. Let's put the washi tape in here. How cute. She made these little badges, these little fabric badges. And I love this card. I just love it. It's so cute. And she made a little badge. Let's get it out of the bag. If my little fingers will open up. I always have trouble with these. Can't find the opening here. There we go. They are so cute. They're little badges. And she's put in a little card. It says, Fabric Prompt Game Project. Thank you. And she's made a little heart. And she stitched it on a piece of her. And look, she put a tag on the back of it. It says Aunt Beck's Creations, January of 2024. And then she attached it to a safety pin and put a little charm on it. It's so cute. Now this is going to go on my, or in my stitch journal that I'm doing. And it might go, I was thinking I'd put it on the cover, but I don't want to break this unless I take a photo of it and put it on the inside, just scan it. I don't want to break her journaling there, but I'd like to put this right on the cover, the little safety pin right on the cover. And what I might do is take a picture of this and put it on here and then put this inside the journal. But that's to come yet. I'm going to put this inside my slow stitch box because that's where I want to put it. And this is going to go in my journal. We'll put it up here with these other pieces. And then I got some mail from Sharon Marlowe yesterday. Sharon, thank you so much. This was unexpected. It says handmade with love. And more washi tape. You guys, I loving the washi tape that you send. I got a nice piece of it here. I'll have to put that on my journal too. Let me put it up here. And let's just open this up. Let's see, on the outside she's put dragonflies. Isn't that cool? I could see this going inside of a scribble journal. Fold it in half. Isn't that cool? And I'm just going to tear it this way because that's the way it wants to tear. And let's see what's in here. Looks like she sent some goodies. Sharon's been doing a lot of art journaling lately. Look what she sent. She sent some labels. Pure cider vinegar, Wilson brand ketchup, cranberry sauce. Here's a tag, enjoy life. I'm sure she made this. Sharon Marlowe, 124. Look at that bird stamp. Believe and dream. I think that's a stamp. It might be a part of a journaling card. Boy, she stamped that. She did a good job of it. And here's Be Your Own Kind of Beautiful. A tag. Handmade with Love, 224. Oh, did I miss the bird? There's a, looks like a Tim Holtz spring robin and a butterfly. Some tags. Sharon, thank you so much. A little frame. How cool is this? All sorts of goodies. This is just a text. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much for all of this. Oh, wait, there's another. Oh, a whole page of stickers. I'm sure these are stickers. Oh, wow. It looks like sticker paper. How cool is that? Oh, man, this is really a nice little goodie pack. I don't want to lose this. Thank you, Sharon Marlowe. I'll have to send her a thank you. Let's see, what is Becky saying? I feel so bad for her as her family car blew its engine. She said there was oil inside the hood. When it rains, it pours. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, my heart goes out to Janet. She is really going through some trying times. Just some trying times. Let's keep Janet in our thoughts and prayers. That her husband just passed away, and she's trying to take care. I don't know what the update is on the kitties. There's some stray kitties that wandered into her yard. She's trying to take care of those. And, you know, her husband has not been well anyway. So it just, now her car, the family car, blew its engine. It just doesn't stop for her. So she's well loved on the in all of our groups. She's well thought of. She's well loved. The heart pen is like the ones we did with Jerry, ? And Beck says similar. I really like what Becky has done here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off. Well, I'm going to photograph this. I'll scan it. Or at least scan this part. And then I'm going to put the scanned image on here. Put this part in my journal as a memory. And then this, the little safety pin thing, is going to go on the cover of... Because I'm using Becky's fabric. The fabric that I did with Becky's painted fabric. And it's going to go right on the cover of the journal. Let's see, do I have anything else to show you? The only other thing I have to show you is the postcards that I got back in the mail. And I don't know what happened to them here. I got scissors. Let's see, we can put these things away here. Get them off my desk, because I don't need these anymore. And I just have a little notebook. I have some calendars. I thought I brought in my other postcards, but evidently I didn't. I'm getting my postcards that I made in the Friday night postcards. If you want a chance to win, I'm doing a postcard, and I make 2 of them now. I made 4, but that's still a little too much for me. I do a prompt game on Friday nights, and I do postcards, and I make one and send one. And this is the one that I got inspired. Becky called my attention in the Art Journaling magazine. Diane Fago, who used to be Packer Dye, had one of her pieces of art published in the Somerset magazine. And this double heart here inspired. I got that off of inspiration from Diane's art piece that was published in the Art Journaling magazine. Becky called my attention to that. So I'll show the other postcards that I've gotten back. I'm going to start a little postcard journal. This is an older one of mine. It was sent on 2022. I don't see the date. Something 2022 p.m. June of 2022. So, and then these are just freebies that I got at the thrift store, freebie calendars and a notepad. All these calendars were freebies. They had them up at the desk, and I said, can I have them? Can I have? She said, take several, so I did. This is a bird one. And then a planner one, Boys Town. Boys Town is in Omaha. You know, it's been a long established institution. So I'm keeping Becky's little heart out because I'm going to get out my slow stitch. But we're going to do, let's see, let's put this up here safe. I want to show you what I got at the thrift store, but I have to move this box of goodies out of my way. And of course everything falls because nothing stays like I put it. And then if I don't move it, I'll run over it with my chair. And that's dangerous stuff. This is Roy's. The books I got from Roy. Alright. The thrift store, I didn't get a whole lot, but I always like to check this thrift store because it's the St. Joseph one. It's well run, but they always have the fabrics, and I'm going to take I forgot to tell them not to do this tape. And look, this is a satin piece, and when they put that tape on there, it's so disappointing. This is a pretty lavender. And I understand why they do this, but it's so disappointing when they put this tape on this fabric. Because you can always see it just pulls a little bit of the sheen off of the satin. I get it all wrapped around my fingers. Help! I forgot what that cost me. Did you guys? I think it was $1 something. Some of this is only 75 cents. But I think this one cost me $1 something. We'll just say $1. It might have been $1.50. I forgot to see what was written on here. 1 yard, $1.50. But now that I'm doing the slow stitching, I like to have this around. And this, of course, is a lot more than I need, but for $1.50, and it's nice piece. And here's a cotton piece, fabric $1.25, 44 inches wide, 1 yard. And we're fighting with the tape again. The cotton is nice to make. I might use something like this for the next set of pages that I'm going to do in my journal. I want some colored background. I was using a pillowcase, but this is nice. This is a nice piece of cotton, yellow. It'd be even nice to use some of these for the pages. I might have to do something with the edges, but so there's those. Put this up here for a minute. And because the fabric is so cheap there. Oh, and then I bought some embroidery floss. I bought 8. She only charged me $0.10, I think, for these. Let's see. Times 1, times 2, times 2. Yeah, she called it bedding. Bedding times 8. 10 cents each, and they were really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 other ones are in here someplace. But she only charged me $0.10, and they were marked 25 cents at the. But these are older embroidery flosses. They are. I see the labels here. Boil fast. Boil fast. I don't even think this brand is. This is JP Coates. This is Lily, Lily. This one might be a DMC. These 2 are DMC. I might have only gotten 6. 2, 4. There's 6. I should have 2 more in there. I spent $26. Shh, don't tell. That's kind of cheap for everything I got. Here's a piece of artiste wool roving, kind of a light gray. I thought this would be fun to play with in this slow stitch journal, and that only cost me, was it 50 cents? 25 cents. You can get a lot of bargains at the thrift store. Here's some more fabric. Let's see, I'm going to put these in my slow stitch box. Here's some fabric for 75 cents. I love this kind of a little light blue floral. It just kind of reminds me of the vintage aprons or what your grandmother might wear for a dress. Take the tape off of it. And let's see. I got some little string of beads here. I like the little, it's never been opened. Never been opened. It's a little string. I like the little red cranberry. There's a string of beads. Cost me 50 cents. Cost you a lot more retail. And then I bought some of these napkin rings. This only cost me $1. And sometimes what I like to do is, let's take one of these. And if you want to display your fabrics, if I ever can get organized enough to have nice little displays, take a piece of fabric and kind of roll it. And this might be too thick to roll. See if I can do it this way. Roll it this way. And this is more for display. If you want to display a basket full of fabric, this one might be a little bit too thick to do this with. If I can get it in there. And take these, and I love these napkin rings. Like you can display them like that. Isn't that cool? I've seen this probably in one of those, either Somerset magazine, or now it's not thick enough, but so that's why I got those. And these are nice rings I got 4 of them for $1, where they were 25 cents a piece. So I got those. And I got some more beading here. Oh, there's my other 2 embroidery flosses. I'll put those in my slow stitch box too. Got some more of these cranberry beads here. I like these. Cranberry ones or they're not cranberry, they're cranberry colored. And got another fabric piece here, white cotton, 2 more white cottons, because I like this for my slow stitch for my journals. I certainly have enough. I don't know, but I always like to check their fabric table because they have some interesting stuff. And they have nice, they do it, except for the tape, these are, you know, these are done up nice. Take all this tape off. And this only cost me 75 cents. I don't, the other one probably was about the same. 75 cents, certainly worth 75 cents. In today's economy, that's pennies. And then I bought me a couple of tops to wear. And look, this one hadn't even been worn. Hasn't even been worn. It's a tee, and you know, so summer's coming. $3.50. $3.50 is cheap. Hadn't even been worn. Still got the tag on it. Here. If I can get it off. I'll throw these in the wash. Summer's coming, so I kind of like to wear this stuff around. I'll throw these in the wash. And then I got another one here. Look, price tag still on it. And it's really nice if you can get these brand new at the thrift store. I buy a lot of my, I don't think I buy new clothes anymore. I usually buy from the thrift store. Look, this one's brand new too. Never worn. Never worn. Made with PIMA cotton. I'll wear them, especially when the summer comes around. I'll be wearing them. Is there a price tag on this one? Yeah, no, price tags aren't even clipped off on them. So I'm going to throw these over. Take them out and wash. And then the last thing I got at the thrift store was a sack of ties. And I paid $6, which was kind of expensive, but I like to tear these apart. I'll probably be doing this today. We have tatting design class today, this afternoon, and this evening. So unless something changes there. That's a staple. They stapled it. They taped and stapled it. Come on. They stapled they stapled it and then taped over it, I guess, which makes it hard to open. I guess they don't want people opening up and rearranging the ties, so they close these bags pretty good. And I picked the cheapest bag. Now I got another one over here. Now let's check out the ties. The men's ties. And they're mostly polyester. There's no silk ties in here. This one might be silk. Probably a polyester though. I'll pull it out. Ah! Let's see what it says on the tag. Dockers. I'm sure it's a polyester. It doesn't feel silk. It feels like a polyester. But still, it's nice. It's a nice pattern. And that's what I get them for. I'm going to tear these up for slow stitching. And the wider ones make nice little pockets. If you cut, because it's already lined. It's already lined here. I think it stops right about in here. And if you cut it wherever it stops, you have a pre-made pocket. And I made a prayer pocket for Arlene, and I haven't sent it to her yet. It's been a couple years. It's when she fell on that out of that wheelchair. Arlene, I'm going to send it to you one of these days. These will be nice for slow stitching. This would make a nice pocket too. See, it's a pre-made pocket. All you have to do is maybe add a little band up in there to. It's a pre-made pocket. I like the wider ones. Of course, I've messed them all up here, but that's the fun of it. Yeah, there's no silk in these. That's probably why it was the cheaper one. The silk ties get a little expensive. You know, it takes a lot of fabric to make a tie because they cut them on the bias. And Becky has shown that several times, I think. This one feels like almost a cotton one. It's interesting fabric, though. And here's that first one I was looking at. No, it's similar to the first one. And I like the different kind of the reds that they mix up in here. This is a orange tie. All plain orange. I could see this going with a dark brown suit. And this is kind of a narrow, more of a narrow plaid one. And a green one, dark green, plain, not patterned. And here's another plaid one. And with men's suits, some of these ties look a little outrageous, but with men's suits, with a man's suit, it just adds a little bit of sparkle to the man. A little bit of manly sparkle. This is a sort of a paisley print. And the last one, no, second to last. These will be nice for slow stitching once you tear them all apart. And of course they're lined. Most of the ties, this one isn't lined. Oh yeah, it is. See, they got that interfacing in there. They're all, I think most of them, of the ties that I've taken apart have this kind of an interfacing in there. And then they have the silk. This will make a nice pocket too. So that was my last thrifting. But you know, you buy these ties individually, you're paying $2 or $3 a piece at the thrift store. God knows what they cost brand new. And so what? There are probably about 15 in here. Whoops, I gave you guys a ride. I'm so sorry. There's probably about 15 in here, I would estimate, at $2 a piece. If you bought them individually, would be $30. I didn't pay $30 for a sack of ties, but and if you buy them brand new, let's say $10 to $15, probably even more, depending what store you get them from. Be a nice little hunk of money, hunk of money. All right, so this is all going to go in my fabric stash here. These I'm going to keep out. I'm going to put these out by my recliner today. I'm going to tear them apart. And these will go in my fabric stash. So that's my thrift haul. I'm going to put these with the with the things I got from Malia in that little box. So, let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. Catch up with what's going on with you all. Good morning to everybody who's come in. Hi, Dar. Let me refresh chat here. I always have to refresh this. Make sure I'm caught up with you guys. Start at the bottom. Dar came in. She says, snow is due tomorrow. Oh, where are you at, Dar? What state are you in? Arlene says, I don't know. I've never used it, so I don't pay attention. What Dar says. Nina says, Arlene, do you know if May Arts carries velvet ribbon? And Arlene says she doesn't know. I've never heard of May Arts. Velvet ribbon. Arlene says, I don't know. Dar came in. She's saying good morning to Kim. Arlene says, I've never used velvet ribbon. I had to crank up the heat, Dar said. Do you have snow out there? Snow is due tomorrow. Becky says, hi, Dar and Nina. Kimberly says, another year, we have not got any. I'm fine with that. Well, you're in the South. You're in the South, Kimberly. When it snows there, it's an event. I shouldn't say that because I don't know Kimberly's area. I know she's down south or southeast. Becky says, me too. Yeah, you guys have the hurricanes to deal with. Oh, you're in Ohio? Dar's in Ohio. Yeah, Ohio gets snow. Ohio's kind of Midwest, eastern Midwest. Nebraska's Midwest. But central U.S., Ohio is. So you're getting snow in Ohio, so you're east of us by 3 or 4 states. So we've been having 50-degree weather here. So maybe you'll get some of our weather, Dar, because it usually travels east. Hi, Cheryl. Good morning, Cheryl. It's good to see you. How are you today? I've got an itchy elbow, maybe from all that. I don't know why. I got an itchy elbow this morning. You never know when you go thrifting. You want to come home and take a shower. I'm not allergic to stuff, but sometimes. Cheryl says she's good. That's good news, Cheryl. Terry says good morning to Cheryl. Arlene says this winter has been freaky. We are not set up to handle the volume of snow, ice, and the low temps that we've had so far. Yeah, we always get cold weather in January here in Nebraska. The last 2 weeks of January are usually the coldest. But what I'm worried about, this is still February. This is only the middle of February. I mean, it's the 15th today. And, you know, cold weather, it's been so spring-like out that, you know, cold weather, it can still snow. We can still get a blizzard. So I'm worried that things will start blooming and then freeze. They're saying good morning to everybody. Let's see. Becky said winter storms usually means ice for them. Yeah. Snow is due tomorrow. Dar is in Ohio. We're saying good morning to her. Let's see what else is going on that I missed. Fresh hot coffee, Arlene says. I made coffee this morning. I haven't had a chance to drink my coffee. It's out by my recliner. I've been trying to restrict myself to 1 cup, which is 12 ounces. My cup is 12 ounces, so it's really a cup and a half. And I do put cream in it, but I'm trying not to go for that second cup of coffee in the mornings. It's just better for you if you don't drink so much coffee. Coffee's good for you, but not so much. And what I do is I make it in the morning, and then, like I set it out by my recliner, I took a couple sips, and then I came in here, and I'm just trying. It gets cold. You can put it back in the microwave, but I don't like it after that. So, and I've been trying just to sip on it. I'll just take a swallow, and it usually lasts me into the afternoon if I do that. If I just don't guzzle it all down. Arlene says, fresh hot coffee. Becky's heart pin is like the ones we made with Jerry, and Becky said similar. So I'm caught up with you guys. Becky said, I have loads of satin ribbon. Yeah, you can buy that ribbon, you know, on the rolls, like at Hobby Lobby and Joann's and the big box stores, but those pretty silk ribbons. And Becky commented too, they're harder and harder to find. I think I'm caught up with you guys. So let's get out the slow stitch. I'll show you. Kimberly's in here. I haven't seen what Kimberly did for this week with KCN. She made a heart out of scrappies, and I made mine all red. I did similar to what she does. KCN Cloth Tails. What she did is she took little bits of red and stitched it across her fabric. This is my, I don't know if I showed it to you. This is my Trixie page here. Let me adjust my camera a little now. Hold on. Yeah. You did a heart? Becky did the heart. Oh, I forgot to send it. If you send it now, I'll show it, because I've got my phone out here. My other phone is here someplace. So this is my Trixie fabric. I don't think I showed it last week, but I did get it finished. Trixie means like it's hard to stitch. Like I have a terry cloth towel here. I had a piece of a curtain here, and you can see the little border in there. I have some of this synthetic fabric here that you don't want to touch with the iron, I've learned. And I just put a button on the end of it to kind of build out the bulk. And there's a little piece of couched upholstery fabric. This is a scarf in here. And you can see or I can see, I don't know if you guys can see, this is a fabric that is got sizing on it. You use it for like an outdoor pillow, not sizing, you know, protective fabric protector, Scotch Guard. And this is a scarf over it. And then I had this coat, this jacket, and this is kind of a double piece of denim, and it's really hard to stitch through. And so I just cut a leaf out, and I made a little pocket here. Made a little pocket, kind of reminiscent of what K3N did. She ended up with a pocket, kind of happened for her. And so I made a pocket. You can kind of see my leaf going through there. And then I have this ribbon. And if I pull it out here, I fixed it so I could pull it out. And I didn't stitch on it, but I made it as a pull. And then if you turn it over, you can pull it back. I don't want to pull it too far here because this gets kind of tricky for me. I need to pull it back this way. It's Trixie. Even the technique is tricky. Come on, pull. I guess it pulls this way, like that. And then you see I started with this black upholstery fabric here. And then I have a piece of text there. This is that Scotch guarded piece. Tricky fabric there, fabric page. And then this is the heart, all these little scraps. What she did was she sewed all of her little scraps on a flat piece like this, and then she cut the heart out. And she did her stitching across, her running stitches across, and then she just cut hers. And she commented about how she was going to get comments that she didn't set, put a, to keep those stitches from pulling. Mine started pulling because I used what they call, I think it's Lion Tech thread. And it's a thick, almost a cording, but it still can fit through my needle. And I don't know if you guys can see, it's gold. I got gold threads in there. Gold threads. But it started pulling, so I put running stitches around the edge to hopefully keep those from pulling out. And then she put a button, and I wanted a red button, and I couldn't find a big red button, so I made my own out of the fabric scrap that was left, and it's kind of a scrappy button too. And I had commented on her page when on her video, how all those little scraps, she had a picture underneath of her two grandmothers underneath here. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I think what I'm going to do is these little scraps reminded me of all the little things that we do for other people, to show all the different things like washing the dishes and making the beds and sweeping the floors and, all the little tasks that you do for people that you love. And that's what all these little scraps reminded me of as I was watching her. And so I might just put my scrappy hearts of love or something under here. I need to go through every week of the year. She's doing these once a week, and I need to document her words. I haven't done that yet. I know most of them. Like this one was community here, and it was just woven fabric. This one was dark and light. And the other thing I'm going to do in my journal is I'm going to put little fabric tags on here to flip the pages. This one was diversity, and these are just little ways that they've done quilts, like she darned in here. This is a 4-patch. I think this is Sashiko, or this is Shashiko, and this is one of them's Kantha, and one of them's, I think that's Kantha, and this is Sashiko. Different stitching techniques that they use. And I forget the prompt for this one. But what I did on this one on the back is I put a piece of my beginner tatting on it. And because it's a little bit longer, and so the tatting shows out the bottom. This was a little bit longer piece. I didn't want to cut it, so I edged it with my tatting. And I really do like the back of this one. I like that one. This was the English paper piecing one. I got a little thread here to hang a charm. She hangs charms, so I'm hanging charms in mine. But I'm tacking my charms down because if I don't, they fall all over the place. This was English paper piecing. Stories, hidden stories. And I put a little hidden story in here, in that little pocket. So I'm going to go back in and index all of these. This was the Trixie fabric, and this was Scraps of Love. I think she called it Scrappy Heart. So I'm ready for next week. Let's see, I think Kimberly, did you send yours, Kimberly? Let's check over here. See if she sent her. Here it is. Here's Kimberly's heart. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, I love it. Look what Kimberly's done for her scrappy heart. Isn't that cool? Look, it says, whoops, I want to turn it. It says fabric, and it says love. And she's sewn all these little scrappy pieces. Very cool. And she put it on a denim background with a kind of a checked gingham up at the top. How cool. And look, it looks like it's a jean leg there. I love it. Little piece of lace up, lace going on up there. Very, very cool, Kimberly. Very cool. Very cool. Nice job. Kimberly does a really nice job. Very nice. So, this signature is just about done with. It'll be done next week. Will be, let's see, I think I'll have 8 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there'll be 8 pages in this signature. And I think my next signature, I'm going to do that yellow cotton fabric. It'll be the same size. But I was estimating that this is just about an inch in here. Like when I put it on my, I'm still in my mail over there. When I put it, there's an inch spacing in here. When I just set that there, it's about an inch. And I think I estimated I need about 6 of these. There's 8 pages there. 8 times 6 is 48 weeks. And there's 54. I might need 7. So 7-inch spine will be pretty thick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'll be a pretty thick journal, but I'll probably squeeze them together. So it'll probably be more like 5-inch spine, or even a 6-inch spine, because once you stitch those in, and it'll alligator out a little, but I adjusted what I had drawn everything out on the Becky's fabric, which is what I'm going to get out now. Let me get things off my desk so that I can get that piece of fabric out. Let me adjust my world here, and I'll show you. All of these are going to go in my sewing box, my sewing, so that it'll go with these. What else do I have here? I have that bookmark. Okay. The bookmark is going to go out by my recliner, but let me turn around here and get to my fabric piece here. I readjusted what I was going to do. Let me reach in here and get it. Oh, let me show you this too. This is the hat, the tatted hat that we're working on in our tatting group. Now, I don't know if I'll get all these motifs done. I'm working on the center one here. But you have to have like about 9 and maybe 10 around here or so of the motifs. I don't know if I'll get them all done. If I get one done, I'll be lucky. Then I'm learning. I'm learning. And even if I get one done, I will have accomplished something. But I just love that hat. Isn't that cool? And I think this is on a felt. It's attached to a felt hat underneath. Very cool piece. I have it in my stitch journal. This is the fabric I'm working on for Becky. This is going to be the cover to this slow stitch journal. But what I've done, I had it all marked out. I tore out all my stitches that I did here the other day. Let me turn this around. This is the wrong side of it. I had allowed for like a 2-inch spine, 2.5-inch spine. That'll never hold all my, that will never hold all my signatures at the end of the year. So what I decided to do, I had measured out in here. I had it all stitched around there. I took all my stitching out. And what I did, I don't know if you can see this blue here. I'm going to make this a wraparound journal, like what Slow Stitch, K3M Slow Stitch has, I think, is a wraparound. I'm going to have to pin this here, or it's going to continually be flopping open for me. Let me just put a little straight pin in it. for right now. Keep it tight. But see what will happen. What will happen is, as I'm not going to bind this until the end of the year. What will happen is I'll bind all of my signatures. This is still going to be my front cover here. My front cover, and I allowed enough over here. It will probably, because this is the actual front cover here, I allowed enough here to do whatever I wanted. This is extra over here. And then this is the front cover. This will be the start of the spine. And the spine will be how big my signatures are. They'll go over, probably over into here. I'm hoping about 4, maybe 5 inches by the time you get these all bound in. And then I've got all of this left over here for a wraparound. However big my spine grows, my wraparound will come in there. So what I want to do, and I'm going to write this down before I forget it, because I dreamt last night about this piece. Let me pull out a piece of scratch paper. And of course, I never have it. I have scratch paper, but I never have it here when I want it. Let me pull this, because I'm just about ready to do another signature. I'm going to do my next signature in this yellow. That'll go really good with this fabric. I might do yellow and white signatures in there. But let me pull a sheet of paper out here. I want to show you, I want to document this while I'm still thinking of it, because I dreamt about this last night. All these circles are, they're going to be some circles, but there'll be other stuff too. Let me grab a pen. A pen, Mary, a pen. I want any pen. So what I was dreaming as I woke up this morning, I was stitching on this, and what I did was, in my circle, I had fabric pieces of different circles in here. So, you know, I might have something like this on here, and think of this as fabric, not drawn lines. The large circle will be actually the background here, which will be on the front. This is the back. I can see what I'm doing on the back, but you can kind of see these circles through here too. So, and then Becky's heart that I saved out will also go probably on the front, her heart piece. And I'm going to put this in my sewing box along with, did I put those in? Let's put that embroidery thread again. I don't know what happened to the rest of it. There's 3 pieces there. These are going to go in that sewing box that I have so I don't lose it. I'll find it. And look, I also have in every signature, I'm going to put a bookmark that I've stitched on a piece of just a strip of fabric I stitched on here. So this one's about ready to be put together. And then I'm also going to do on every page, so that the pages will be easier to flip, I'm going to put a little fabric tab that I've done some slow stitching on. So it's still being put together. I'm going to put this in here. So, and then on these other circles, some of these circles will be, let's just do a bunch of circles here. I want to do Catherine's blanket stitched, where she starts out with her blanket. She does some blanket stitches in here, and she kind of overlaps them. So they're kind of a freestyle blanket stitch as she's stitching. And then she'll build out. She'll build out on these. And her whole, and I'm just kind of sketching here to remind me. you'll have to see. She did a whole technique where she just built out, and I'm going to fill one of these stitches with and blanket stitches actually are an edging stitch. They kind of come like this on your edging, only they're supposed to be evenly spaced, like the space that you have from here equals the space that you have here, and they're supposed to be all even in real life, a blanket stitch. But she takes and she does freestyle blanket stitches, and I could put them in a circle like that, or I could, let's just draw another circle. I could just put them, you could do different things with your stitching in here. Just do some this way, build them up like that, and do that all the way down. Or you could blanket stitch around your circle like this. And so I'm thinking of different things. Some of these circles I'll just leave blank, maybe put an entire piece of fabric, just say this is fabric. And as you can see, these circles kind of overlap each other. Some of them do. Well, not a whole lot of them overlap. Some I could leave blank. And not do anything in. Just leave the whole circle blank and let the fabric show through. The painted fabric that we did show through. So I'm just going to say blank. Some of them I could do the sashiko stitch, just the running stitch. I think one is Kantha and one is sashiko. I think the Kantha is just the straight running stitch, and I think the sashiko stitch, the way that K3M does it, I'm just putting dashes in here fast, I think has the little cross pieces on every one. I'm not sure. It comes like so. And you can put all sorts of stitches inside of it. But I might, here's one that overlaps here. I kind of like the overlapping. I might just put a piece of fabric, a circle piece of fabric on top of two that don't overlap and make my own overlapping. And then the negative space, let's draw one out here. And one in maybe here. The negative space, I thought on some of the negative space, I would stitch some lines in here. And so my journal is going to grow the stitching, the slow stitching. And, you could, like here, you could build up fabric pieces. And in my dream, I was dreaming of circles on circles. And these are fabric circles. Maybe some little fabric pieces in here. So mine are mostly circular shapes. I might get a little wild, and I don't know if I'll add another shape, like just a square piece of fabric and a square piece of fabric. I hate to go over my sketching here, but I want to leave kind of some of the background fabric showing. But I might put some square pieces on. I might experiment, like up in here, up in all of this up in here is extra fabric. Up in here, I might experiment with some square pieces to break up all these little circles that I have going on. Put some squares that will, I don't have any fabric out here that I could show, just my paper, kind of break up all the circles. We'll see. Or I could take some of this and up an extra and cut out some squares and just do it like so. I'll have to think about it. But what I wanted to show you today was what I want to actually do today. Let's see, what time is it? It's only 6:30. Let's see what. Hi, Marguerite. Let me refresh chat again. I've kind of went off into my world. I tend to get focused on what I'm talking about, and I forget you guys are out there. Becky says you can put a hole in your circles and put fabric behind it too. What a great idea. Let me write that down. That's a good idea, Becky. What did I do with my pen? That's not the one I was using. I tend to throw things around. Where's my other pen? I had it in my hands just a minute ago. I'll use this pencil. I want to write that down. It's probably, my pen is probably under here. Idea. And of course I'll put Becky's little heart tag on, and that'll go right on the front. Let me write this down before I get it. Idea from Becky. I'll give you credit for that idea, Becky. Cut a hole in fabric. And of course, when you cut a hole, you want to buttonhole the edges, or you should bind the edges somehow. Cut a hole in fabric and back with a different fabric. And then I'm going to put Becky's heart. Becky's heart. That's number 1. And this is number 2. Becky's heart is going to go on the front. Cool ideas. So a lot of these will be left, these circles will be left blank, and I'll probably have on one of those, I think it fell on the outside where I started stitching. It fell. Where did it fall? Over here. See, you can't see it very well because the colors blend in, but I actually stitched around this circle with a blue and a gold running stitch in there. And then, of course, I'll have fabric circles like this. Some of them will be left blank, and I'll probably have running stitches or some type of stitch around here. And yeah, and some of them will be fabric, and then I'll have the negative space. Now I put straight lines here, and I can't decide if I want to do them all straight or if I want to put in different type of stitches. Like I could put cross stitches in here. And I'll probably mix it because I like all the texture, you know, in the negative space. And of course you want to leave some of it blank to let the natural fabric show through. We want some of this to show through. We don't want to plaster it all. These are just ideas of different things that I can do on here. Let's put this pencil back over here. I probably knocked my other pencil off. So what I want to do today, maybe over here, just to see, I'm going to turn this upside down because my journal is all going to take place over here. This is all blank space that I can play with in here. Got a sponge and Roy's bookmark peeking through. What I want to do here, now this is the upside down. I think I will work on it upside down. And let's get my stuff off of here. Penelope, you're gonna fall if I'm not careful. Got paint brushes, and there's my pen. Pen and a pencil, 2 paint brushes over here that can be put away. And you could even go back in. Let me write that on my sheet. take and paint with some walnut ink in here. Or even ink tints, but I think I'm going to stick with the, let me write. And you could stencil too. Look, I got my tiny attacher out. I put stuff I don't put away. It's my way. This is another idea here. Paint with walnut ink. These are just things I could try. And I might just try that in a circle. Just put walnut ink. And maybe stencil a design. Stencil and stitch a design like butterflies. I.e. butterflies or birds. I got those 2 stencils from Dollar Tree. Another paintbrush sticking out here. I'll put my scissors in a different spot. Okay. So I'm going to keep track of those ideas, but what I wanted to do today, and this is going to be simple stuff. It isn't going to take me too long here. Penelope. Not that one. This one? Yeah. If I can see that eye good enough. I want to take, let's put that needle there. And, oh, I didn't bring my threads out. Do I have, yeah, I have thread in this box. Let me grab, here's my, when I say my sewing box, I have gotten these boxes from, the lid, here's the lid. I got these boxes from Hobby Lobby around Christmas time. And I've been keeping my stitching. Oh, I got these threads I could use. I don't know what I did with the rest of them. Did I put them all in here? I don't think I put them all in here. But see, I've been keeping like needles and fabrics and threads. Let's see. I think I'll use this kind of a brownish thread. I've got a red. I could use the red too. I think I'll stick with the brown or maybe the blue. The brown or the blue, or maybe both. I got all those red and those embroidery flosses. I must have thrown them behind my chair. And you could even stitch things like this on there. Little scrappies. Maybe do some of the techniques that K3N. I'm going to write that down while I'm thinking of it. I ran out of circles. Do scrappy circles, fabric circles. Circles from fabric bits. Because that's what we did, that fabric heart. And let's see, whatever techniques that K3N teaches in her journaling, because this is a K3N journal. The cover is from Becky's Painted Fabric, but I'm going to bind the fabric pages that I'm going with K3N Cloth Tales. Teaches on the weekly pages. So I could just do some of the circles with techniques that, like she did a woven, I could weave some little strips in there and cut out a circle and do that on one. And I might overlap some of my circles, even though a lot of these don't overlap, but I might just take another circle and overlap some. So it'll be a fun journal when it's finished. I'm going to put this in here. But I'm also working on in here, this is my little sewing box, my Sashiko one. I haven't been working on this. But this is the blue denim, what do they call it? I said Sashiko, it's the Japanese Boro journal cover. I want to start working on this. I've been so busy lately with running around doing life stuff. But I'm working on that. And then I just have various things, threads and fabrics in here. And things I want to kind of keep with my journal covers. So I think I'm going to work with these two this morning. So, and then I just keep this out by my recliner. And let me put it behind me. Oh, and did I lose my needle through all of that? I put that needle up here. I lost it, didn't I? Doggone it. I should have been safer with that. Maybe I can find it. Hold on. It shouldn't have. I bet it rolled off. I bet it. Oh, no, here it is, right here. Let's take the blue. I think the blue will show up the better. And this is size 10 crochet thread that I got in a little kit that was on sale when Hobby Lobby was selling those boxes. And let's see if I can thread this through the eye of the needle, Mary, not the point. And I might need a needle threader to do it. I'm going to get it up to my eye so that I can see it. And are you going to go in? I did it. And I'm going to make a pretty long piece here. So I know long threads are hard to deal with, but it means less rethreading. And we're just going to play in this area over here, because this area up at the top is my journal, and I just want to, without, and these circles are pretty close together. But let's start. See, I want to skip some of this. These circles are close. They're all close together, Mary. Why did you make your circles so darn close together? Well, I was going to start down here at the bottom, so I guess that's where I'm going to start, right down in here. And let me zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing. And of course, I'm doing this on the table. I'm doing this on the table. I generally do not stitch at a table. I generally sit in my recliner. Let's start over here. I generally sit in my recliner and stitch. I'm looking at this overlap here. I've got an overlap here and here. Now on this, what had happened was I put these on in a light ink that didn't soak through. And then I went back in with my permanent ink because Becky reminded me, you can't see it on the other side, Mary. So I did it in a permanent ink that would show through here. So I've got some overlaps here. And I think I'm going to stitch right over that overlap, but it kind of reminds me that I can overlap on the right side. But this is for play. So I'm going to start. I'm just going to start down in here. I'm going to start right in there. And I want to make a little stitch to tie a knot. And the way I do this, the way I've learned to do this, instead of, K3M will knot her thread because I think that's what quilters do. They'll knot their thread down here. But I don't like that. I either like to make a blind knot or I'll pull it through to maybe leave about 1.5 inches. And then I'll hold on to the tail and I'll take my thread here and I'll come in between and grab a hold of my needle, if I can get a hold of it here, and I'll just tie a little knot right onto my fabric right there, just like that. And I might do that a couple times. And it's still a knot, but I don't knot my fabric, my thread, before I thread it through. I just kind of do it like that. And that works for me. Oops. And then, let's say I've stitched up to here and my thread runs out. Then I'll just take my needle, when I'm adding more thread, I'll just tie it onto an existing piece, maybe the tail of the end when I get to it. So I one thing that I enjoy with K3N, she says you don't have to worry, and my needle's kind of dirty here. I probably used it for a lot of different things, because this is cotton thread. This should be easy to, cotton fabric. And I should have a smaller needle here, but I don't have them out here. So what I like to do is kind of load up my needle. Just load it up into that. But K3N says, don't worry about making your stitches beautiful and neat and perfect. And I sometimes worry about that stuff. If they're not all in a straight line, in the end, only a perfectionist is going to notice if your stitches aren't beautiful. Let's get cotton in the tail here. And just pull it through. And what I want to do, I'm playing in a little bit of the negative area here. And sometimes I forget to pull this thread all the way through, and I'll have loops. And let's say I went ahead and stitched now, and I come back and go, oh, I have this loop. I didn't pull that all the way through. I'll clip it there. I'll clip it right here in the center, and then I'll tie those two pieces together. I have noticed that I several times do not get all, when I do a long row of stitches like this, I don't get them all pulled through. And this one's twisting up on me. I generally don't have too much trouble with the twisting, but kind of put my needle in between the thread and keep it from twisting as I'm pulling on it. There we go. Oh, and you're not seeing it because I went out of frame. And I'm stitching at my desk, so I'm having to deal with all the stuff on my desk here. I'm just going to turn my fabric to go back around. And this is the back of the fabric, so I'm stitching on the back. So this is the front. And on the front, you're not going to see where I skip over. I'm going to take a pretty long stitch over here. Pretty long stitch, probably about maybe an inch and a half from this point to this. I should have stopped in there, but I didn't. So I'm going to take a pretty long stitch here. Do I want that long of a stitch? No, I don't think I do. I'm going to take a baby stitch in between, right on the edge of the circle. That will probably get covered up anyway. Take a baby stitch in there. And when you stitch on a long thread, you have to be careful, or you'll end up with, especially with crochet thread that's been all twisted on a. And when you get into a knot like this, you don't want to pull it tight. You kind of want to pull it out because it pulls onto each other. And if you just kind of don't pull this way, just kind of break open that knot because it just kind of twisted on itself anyway. And you guys aren't seeing it for the dark background. I knotted right in there. And sometimes, wherever my needle is, I'll get my needle in there and open up this knot. And you can run into this with a shorter thread, but it's usually The longer threads, if you're not careful, you can knot them up real good. And if you can't get the knot out here, unthread your needle, and that sometimes helps. But I think I'm getting this one. Yeah, it just twisted on itself. That's all it did. And it's really not, it's a knot that it's a twist that wants to become a knot is what it is. It's just twisted in on itself. And my fabric is falling off here. It's a twist that wants to be a knot, and I'm not going to let it. Pull out that twist. Right in there. And if you just kind of gently work with it, don't let this happen. Watch your thread, especially your longer threads, until they get shorter. You'll avoid this stuff. It would probably be just as easy if I'd unthread my needle for you guys, but I'm stubborn. See, if I pull it that way, that'll tighten it. I don't want to pull it. I want to gently work this knot out. There we go. There. All right, be careful with that stuff, Meri. And I made that baby knot in there. And that baby stitch in between, and I'm just pulling. See, it wants to knot up on me again here. Don't do that. This is crochet thread, so it kind of tends to twist anyway. There we go. Now, I'm back in business once I find my needle. All of that to get to my next running stitch here. That I'm going to take a little stitch here too, because this will probably get all covered up. Now, I'm going to load my needle up again here. Are you guys seeing? I'm loading my needle up here in between these threads, and I'll stop right about there. Now I'm going to pull this through, but I'm going to be careful that my thread doesn't twist, and I put it around my wrist. And I'm just going to pull this through with my left hand. And when I'm sitting at my recliner, I generally, I'm more comfortable stitching in hand at my recliner. I don't generally stitch on a table. It's a little bit more awkward for me. There we go. Now, I'm going to turn my fabric again. And I'm going to go back. And I don't want my stitches to pucker my fabric too much, so I kind of make sure that there's enough space with my threading in there. And we're just going to take a little stitch over and load my needle up again here. And I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to make a little stitch here and try to keep them alternating as much as possible. You don't have to do that. I'm just doing that here because I want to. And I'm going to take another little tiny stitch right there. And I'm going to pull this through, keeping my threads not puckering. And this thread, for some reason, seems to twist more on me. I don't know if it's just the thread or what, but it seems to want to twist in here a lot more. And it could be because I have a long thread, but I think it's kind of a twisty thread. It's just cotton crochet thread. It's the Artiste brand that I got at Hobby Lobby. All right. And see my stitches, see that row is a little bit closer together than this one. That's okay. That's okay, Meri. And let's go back. Let's see if I can do it without turning my fabric. In hand, when I work in hand, I would probably turn my fabric and work more comfortably, but I'm going to see if I can't go back without turning the fabric. Load up my needle here. And I think I would like these stitches to be a little bit, rows to be a little bit closer together, but maybe on another. And we're going to take a little tiny stitch here. Right there. And pull that one through. Yeah, see my thread is getting shorter, so it can be controlled a little bit more. And let's go under here. Let's go with some shorter stitches now. They don't all have to be long. Come back. And sometimes, you see how I tend to slant my needle? I probably have that needle slanted at about a 10-degree angle. If you want your stitches to be straight, don't let your needle angle. I tend to angle my needle. And let's see, I want to do a little stitch there. Come in. Come on, a little tiny stitch there. And this is the type of thing you want to sit out on your recliner and do while you're watching TV. Now see how I didn't get much space in here, and then I slanted out. I slanted this way. So that's certainly not a straight row. Let's see if I can straighten it up a little this way. Let's see. I'll have a gap in there, but I guess I don't mind. This is fabric that this is not going to be part of the journal. I'm just playing over here to see how I like this. Now, see, I've got a little bit of a gap there, but oh well. Now, let's go back. Let's go. Because I'm stitching toward me, kind of backwards. I'm not going this way. I'm coming back this way, and I tend to want to slant my needle. Let's see if I can keep it straighter this time around. Yeah, no, I tend to want to slant it. And I tend to leave these loops. And if I didn't catch that, what I would do is I would clip it here, and then I'd tie those two ends together. But I'm training myself to catch those things. Training myself to go back and look. I really don't like this in here. And if you don't like something, there's always this before you get too far. There's always this. I don't like what I did here. And I should have stopped. I should have stopped when I didn't saw it before, but I kept going. And this, I'm pulling these out because I'm going to fix this gap. It's bothering me. I'm going to pull it out and fix it, even on a scrap piece. And you don't have to be that particular. You could leave it, but if something bothers you, go fix it. Go fix it, Meri. Let's see, I've got a little stitch in here. Don't be afraid to pull out stitches if it's bothering you too much, even if it's 3, 4 rows, 10 rows. Go pull them out. And the more you pull your thread through fabric, the more you're wearing on your thread. Just as a side note. All right. Yeah, see, I've even got it crooked in there. Let me pull this one row out too. And I got a little stitch in here. Right here, I started going wrong. I don't like them. And I'm a slow stitcher. I'm not a fast stitcher. I'm not a fast person, so it takes me a little bit longer. I'm slow in my crafting too. That's why you call it slow stitching. I got a little side stitch here. I can get under it without splitting the threads. No, I split it. I split it. I made a mess out of it here. Yeah, I raveled it. So the thing to do here is just to maybe clip it off, because I don't want a ravelly thread. See, I'm getting into a mess. So let's just clip that off. And I need my little scissors. They're out in the other room. I'm going to clip this. I'm going to clip this off. I'll probably throw that one away. Let's see if I can't. See, I don't like this gap right there. And we'll end it right in here. So I got 3 rows done. Let's tie this if I can. No, pull one more out. And I don't know if I could, if I had my crochet hook out, I would bring my stitching stuff in. See if I can tie this in a knot here. I want it to come under. I don't know if I can grab it. I'm going to leave it now and I'll knot it. I want to knot this so it doesn't pull out. It's long enough to knot, but I need a crochet hook. But that's what I'm going for on this side. And I might come in and put some stitches this way. And I pulled my thread off the needle. And let's clip this so it's just raveled in here too. Let's clip it. And I could knot this with that other piece. Let's see if I can do that. Let's see if I can rethread this. Don't be afraid. It's okay to leave imperfections. in your fabric, but if it bothers you too much, if it bothers you too much, don't be afraid to pull out stitches. Where's my stitching? I'm going to put a little stitch right in here. I'm just going to put this through there. Right in there. And pull this through. And this is what I would do if I had used all this thread and was going to add another piece of thread. I'm going to take that tail that I left when I clipped it off and the tail of my needle thread, and I'm going to tie those two together rather than knotting it. I'm just going to tie these two together. And instead of stitching vertically, I might have better luck if I turn my fabric this way. And let's clip these tails there. And I'm not a pro at stitching. I'm just talking as I'm going here. Where's my needle? I'm not trying to give lessons or anything. I'm just talking what I'm doing. Now I want to come down here. And is that too wide? I pulled all that out because I didn't like how crooked I was getting in there. I did not like how crooked I was getting. And instead of stitching this way, I was going up and down. But I say I have a crooked eye. I tend to slant my needle. I tend to slant my pencil when I'm drawing. I don't know why. It's my crooked eye. Now, if I was out in my recliner, I would be turning this whole piece around and going back. And I'm stitching a pretty narrow area. I'm not stitching long lines in here. These circles are pretty close together. But my stitching does not have to end at the circle. I could stitch clear into the circle if I wanted to, but in this instance, I'm not. Meri's just talking. Meri's just talking. And I want to get this whole piece stitched. I want to get this whole piece stitched before I cut the journal cover off. So I have all year to work on it. It's February now. I have until probably December. It'll be interesting to get, this really is my journal this year. This really is my art journal. I am doing other art that I'm going to put together in one big journal, but yeah, this is kind of my main 2024 journal, is this stitch journal. And I'm doing much better when I flip my fabric and go horizontal here. Let's make this a, let's do a little stitch in here. It's a small area, so I have better luck if I flip my fabric while I'm working. It's an extra movement, but I have better luck doing this. It's a big piece of fabric, and I don't want to cut it. I don't want to cut it yet. Let's see, let's do a little stitch. And I can kind of judge if my stitch is going to be straight, just where my needle's going. That's what I like about a longer needle. And kind of get the puckers out as much as you can. It's going to pull and pucker some anyway, but I kind of got out a little there. And I'm slow. I know I'm slow. Let's see, do I like that? I think I'll make a little stitch there. Come under this one. Because I'm working on the wrong side, so this is the right side. So I kind of got a gap in there, but I'm going to leave that. This stitch could have been longer. Don't critique yourself so much, K3 says. Just do it. I do tend to critique myself. I don't call it criticize. I tend to, even when I draw, I tend to say, what did I learn from this? What do I need to improve? What don't I like about it? I tend to critique myself. Now I'm getting more. See, I went into this narrow gap here between this circle, so I'm getting out wider. Yeah, do we want to do, yeah, like that. Yeah, this is going to take me a while, but I like to work on this while the TV is going. And I'll work on different things while the TV is blaring. I'm going to make this a little bit wider, I think. And I will tell you, I am a slow stitcher. I'm not at all fast at doing this stuff. But I'm much happier getting that crooked line out there. I'm glad I pulled that out. Even though this is a test area in here, this is not part of my journal. But when things bother you too much, pull it out. Pull it out. You'll be happier. Am I in frame? Now I'm going clear over to, I have to make a decision. Am I going to stop here? Or do I want to go this way? I could go up in here. Or I'm in a fork in the road. I could go to my left or to my right. I think I'm going to go to my right. And I'll come to another fork in the road here. Do I want to go? Let's say this is north, south, east, and west. Do I want to go south or do I want to go east? I think I'll go east. I'll probably run out of thread. I'll run out of gas. And I think I'm going to, ouch. I think I'm going to end this here and make a tiny, do I want to, or do I want to take a tiny stitch there and come over here? I think that's what I'll do. Let's turn it again. And I could go, I think what I'll do is take a tiny stitch here and just come maybe a long stitch here on the back and come, no, another little tiny stitch here. So I did a long stitch, I did a tiny stitch here, a really long stitch there, another tiny stitch. And what I'm doing is I'm working myself down to this row in here. So it should not show too much over here. There's a tiny stitch there, and I don't even see that other one right here. And here are tiny stitches. And I'm going to do one more tiny one right in. Well, I don't have to do a tiny one. I could do a stitch there. A regular stitch. And bring it out to here. I'm switching my fabric. You know, when you stitch in your lap, it's easier to maneuver this fabric when I'm trying to maneuver it so you guys can see what I'm doing. And let's see, let's take a little jump over to this row and take a stitch. Am I going to get too close? It's hard for me to see. Maybe right in. I really don't like the space in there. And I'm going to pull this out. I don't like how much space there is in there. I'm going to pull it out. If something bothers you, pull it out. Fix it before you go on, or else it'll continue to bother you and you'll hate yourself in the end. Unless you ignore it, and then it won't bother you. So I have to rethread my needle, but I seem to have success threading my needle today. And I wanted this row a little bit closer together. Right about in there. Let's make this stitch a little longer. I'm certainly not the expert. I'm not the expert, but I know what I see, and I know what I like. And if I don't like it, I change it, or I try to, if it bothers me too much. I've learned that if I can catch stuff, especially when I'm stitching, and if you're doing cross stitch or other types of needlework, you'll hear people say, oh, I missed a stitch, I have to rip out 10 rows. But they're always happier when they do. When you take the time to fix something you don't like, you're always happier. Otherwise, that it stays with you. Let's see, I'm trying to do opposite as much as I can here. And that's another thing K3M Clothtail says, don't try to, you know, she really tries to get you to loosen up and not be paranoid about your stitching. Especially when you're doing slow stitching. Slow stitching is not, well, the quilters, a lot of people in that group, her group, I think, are quilters, and they do beautiful work. They do beautiful work. And the things that you see on there, what they posted. Just my mouth drops open. It's like a symphony in fabric. It's just something you enjoy seeing. Now, oops, I pulled my needle off. I pulled the thread off my needle. I'm just about to the end of my thread here. So, I think I'll stop there because you can see what I'm doing. So my decision is, do I want to take vertical stitches, and do I want to keep this same color throughout all my, to say this is my journal cover, it's not, it's my scrap area. Do I want to change color of thread here? Maybe I want to put some red stitches. Maybe I want to start doing, I think I will, start with some red, some brighter colors. Although I don't want this to get too bright. I want it to be kind of muted colors. And look at these black lines in here. They really distract. But in a way, I kind of like them. It might be helpful if I took some white ink and broke these black lines up a little. This is scrap fabric. I'm going to put my needle in here because I'm going to stitch on this later today. Let's see what happens if I take a white pen and break some of this. Is scrap area. This is not my journal cover. Oh, that's not white. Where's my white pens? I don't know if they'll even right. Let's see if I can break these lines up a little. Because I'm drawing on fabric here. Can you even see that? And this fabric is not going to be washed at this point. It's going to I think I'm kind of happy with that because it's not a bright white. It kind of blends into the fabric, but yet the black is still there. And you're seeing it being awfully dark. I'm seeing it a little bit lighter in there. Let's do this one. It's kind of breaking up all those dark areas, those dark lines. I could do the same thing with white paint. I don't know if I want to get out the paints at this point. The other thing I could do, and since we're playing, let's do a little playing. Let's get out. Let's see if I can find it here. Well, I want permanent ink. I have that Orange Blossom ink pad. The Orange Blossom one. It'll probably be the bottom one that I pull. It's not in that stack. Here it is. There's nothing saying that I can't go back in and play with some of this even after I've stitched it. Hold on. Straighten these out. Let's try doing a little Orange Blossom right over my stitching and see what happens here. Move my needle. Just to play. I feel like, I feel like playing. Ooh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm loving it. I might have to hold it up closer to you. I'm just going to do it right over my stitching area. And this is permanent ink. This is archival ink. Isn't that cool? I'm loving that. So I might have to get me another orange blossom pad. Let's hold this up and then I'll move on to something else. So I'm going to stitch more on this later today. Isn't that cool? Coffee's brewing, Cheryl says. You like the black slashes? Well, I do too, but I wanted to mute them a little. They're almost too, and this is just my play area in here. I could mute them probably with, let's try my orange blossom over this one. No, I don't. I think it tends to make it pop out more. The black is fine, but I don't know if I want black slashes like this throughout my journal. I might probably put a piece of fabric over this area right here. And that will be on my journal. I don't know if that's the front or the back. I think that's the back wrap around. But that's the type, this is the type of thing. And then, you know, I might take a piece of fabric, grab a piece here, scrap fabric, and let's get one out. Might take something, find a piece. Oh, this is lace and ribbon. I'm just looking for a scrap piece. You know, might take a piece and put on, you know, cut a circle out of it. Put it, say that's a circle, not a square, and put in here. Let's fold it into a tiny little, ooh, it's black on this side. You know, say that's a circle, not a square. Put that in there. That would coordinate with the black lines too, wouldn't it? The black. This side wouldn't be bad either. Trying to fold it into a semblance of a square here. In here. So it's going to grow. This is going to grow throughout the year. This is kind of scrap I have out. I love this piece. I love that piece. It's a pretty applique. Some pretty appliques here. So who knows? Ideas will come as you work on it. But I'm happy with what's going on here. I'm very happy. This was a cluster I was working on. Whoops, I hit the phone with my... This was a cluster I was working on here. Isn't that cool? I think that was a belt thing. How it folded in there. I guess it was I guess I just glued that on there. It was a necklace. I'd make a nice tassel if I could get it. Oh well, I'm ready to move on to something else. What time is it? Janet says, Jennifer, sending love. I've got to catch up with you guys, see what's going on in your world. What you doing? What you talking about out there? A little piece on there that I thought was stitched on there. Let's put it back in the bag. Before I lose it. So I have plenty to play with. Let me fold this up. And I'm going to work more on this today. I'm just going to play in here. maybe put some different color threads in here. I do better stitching when I'm sitting in my lap than stitching at the table is awkward for me, but I like what's going on here. I do like this a lot. And you could put stitches down this way. These stitches actually have spaces in between them, but it's hard to see now that I put that ink in there. They almost look like, from a distance, they almost look like straight lines going across. But they actually do have spaces in there between these two stitches, like this. Quite a difference, just adding that ink. All right, let me fold this up. And the thing of it is, I want to line this too. So the back, whatever I do on the back here, this would all get covered up if I lined this piece. But I think I do need a lining on it. And I can't decide whether I want to put the lining on now or later, and I think it'll be later. Alrighty, so there's that. Now what are we gonna do? We opened mail, we did the thrift, I did some slow stitching. What else do I have? I want to open those ties later this morning. Let's move on. And let's work in my Shakespeare journal here. Let me come out and look at chat and greet folks who have come in that I've missed saying good morning to. I saw Janet Nash out there. Cheryl's here. She says, all my immediate family are gone, Jen. And I am it. Oh, hugs to you, Cheryl. Oh, she said, be right back. I'm thankful for my daughter and my granddaughters. Oh, hugs, Cheryl. There's Kitty Jen. Hi, Kitty Jen. She says, thanks, Cheryl. I don't know what it is, but a lot of family has passed away around the different holidays. Different reasons, of course, but just odd. Aw. Janet Nash. Good morning, Janet Nash. Kitty Jen popped in. Cheryl's here. Coffee is brewing, Cheryl says. Janet says, I will try that, Cheryl. Thank you. Marguerite, good morning, Marguerite. Did I say good morning to you? I think I missed you. She says, I like the black slashes. Becky said, I would just embroider over the line. The black line, that's an idea. I put my paper back down into there. Let me write that down, though. Put my paper in here. I want to write that down so I don't forget, because in one ear, out the other. Embroidery over black lines. I like that idea. Okay, see, look at all these ideas. Write it down. It doesn't have, this may go into my Society of Idea Collectors, but see all the ideas that we went through this morning? All this stuff? This one was my dream, where I'm going, and I don't have to put circles in circles, but in my dream, I was stacking up circles and overlapping them in my big circles. I think it's been bothering me that I have so many circles. I should have spaced them out more, but that's okay. I'm liking it. It'll change 100 different times. It'll change 100 different times before December. And that's what's so fun about it. Okay, we're going to work in my Shakespeare journal. Let me zoom out just a teeny bit here. And what I like about what I'm doing here is that of course my Tombow, I think I took my Tombow marker out of here, so I'll use one of these. What I'm doing here is I'm reading out of this little Shakespeare book, and it's an older copy. It's a literature primer, And did I zoom out too much? Because it's a smaller book. Let me zoom in a little bit more. How is that? Did it help any? Or am I still zoomed out? There. We'll hold it. I'm not sure I helped myself any. Let me fix the quality on this. Up from 144 on my tablet to 180. All right. So what I've been doing in here is, like, I read this first sentence, and it was talking about England in Shakespeare's youth. And it said, and the 3 conspiracies against the Queen's life had recently been foiled. So I went to look to see who the Queen was in Shakespeare's youth. And it was Queen Elizabeth I, and I drew a picture of her. She's the last monarch of the House of Tudor. Her father was Henry VIII, and her mother was Anne Boleyn. And we did look up to see Anne Boleyn was imprisoned in the what was that bridge there, London Bridge Tower, and I think she was either beheaded or hanged. So I'm going to go to the next sentence down here, or maybe even the next sentence on the next page. This is kind of the chapter 1 of Shakespeare, but it's talking about his youth. The huge attempt of Spain against the independence of England had been defeated by the gallantry of the English seamen, aided by the winds of heaven. English adventurers were exploring untraveled lands and distant oceans. English citizens were growing in wealth and importance. Farmers made their soil give up twice the former yield, and the nobility, shattered in the long wars of the Roses, the War of Roses, I might look up something on the War of Roses, had been created anew. The nobility, shattered in the long wars of roses, had been created anew. So the nobilities had been created anew, and now gathered around the Queen as their center. See Mr. J. Green's primer, English History. Men were in a temper to think human life, with its action and its passions, a very important and interesting thing. So they got more interested in human life. This is just chapter 1 of the literature primers on Shakespeare's youth. They did not turn away from their world and despise in its comparison with a heavenly country, as did many of the finest souls in the Middle Ages. They did not, like the writers of the age of the Queen Anne, care only for, in quotes, the town. It was the man they cared for, and the whole of manhood, its good and evil, its greatness and grotesqueness, its laughter and tears. When men cared thus about human life, their imagination craved living pictures and visions. Now I'm getting interested of it. They liked to represent themselves, men and women, in all the passionate and mirthful aspects of circumstances of life. Sculpture, which the Greeks so loved, would not have satisfied them, for it was too simple and too calm. Music would not have been sufficient, for it is too purely an expression of feelings and saying too little about actions and events. The art which suited the temper of their imagination was the drama. In the drama, they saw men and women alive, in action, in suffering, changing forever from mood to mood, from attitude to attitude. They saw these men and women solitary, conversing with their own hearts, in pairs and in groups, acting upon one another, in multitudes, swayed hither and thither by their leaders. So it's kind of talking about the culture, and they liked drama, and they were more concentrating on the person, the individual, rather than the cultural, the community type thing. When I say in the Middle Ages, they were not, had a different temperament than in the Middle Ages. Let's put it that way. scratch that I said about the community, because I still think that they did community because it talked about men and women here. So the pre-Shakespearean drama, the drama had been at first connected with the church. It represented both to instruct and to amuse people events of sacred history and the lives of saints, and through in the form of some play, some moral allegory enlivened by grotesque incidents. Out of this early rude drama had grown, by the time that Shakespeare began to write, 3 or 4 divergent branches. Allegorical plays, fashionable at court, were still written, but the allegories, instead of treating a theme from Christian morals, were in general founded upon classical mythology. I'm trying to look for something I can illustrate. And there were often meant an elaborate comparisons to the queen of some great nobles. I'm trying to think of how can I illustrate what I've just read. Drama. So let me get my phone out again here. From here, the pre-Shakespearean drama. There's Kimberly's heart, shabby heart. Let me go to Wiki here. Let me get rid of all my notifications. And my YouTube, and I'm going to Wiki, W-I-K-I. I like to use Wiki because it's in the public domain, most of it. Pre-Shakespearean drama, and see what I find. Pre-Shakespearean and see if it gives me any information on it. Well, here's William Shakespeare was an English play, Life of English Drama, Wikipedia. The early Elizabethan plays included Gorboduc, Gorboduc, 1561, Spanish. What is the first drama in English literature? The first English tragedy, Gorboduc, 1561, by Thomas Sackville and Thomas Norton, is a chain of slaughter and revenge written in direct imitation of Seneca. Let's see what this says. Drama was introduced to Britain from Europe by the Romans, and auditoriums were constructed across the auditoriums. Medieval period, Renaissance, and this would be what I want. And there's Shakespeare, the chief figure of English Renaissance. The period known as English Renaissance, approximately 1500, saw a flowering of drama in all the arts. That's what this is talking about. 2 candidates of the earliest comedy in English was Nicholas Udall's Ralph Royster. Ralph Royster. That's a comedy. Is a 16th century play. Ralph Royster by Nicholas Udall was once regarded as the first comedy. It sounds like a comedy. Ralph Royster to be written in English language. The characters were Ralph Royster, and they give a whole long list of date was the 1550s. So that's about the time. It's comedy. Let's see. I'm looking for some pictures. The plot, the characters. I'd like to hit, what do you think Ralph Royster looked like? Performance history. I don't see any pictures in here. Sources. Let's see if they give us any. Jack Juggler. Here, let's go to Jack Juggler. Jack Juggler was an interlude for children to play named Jack Juggler, both witty. and very pleasant and merry is an anonymous 16th century comic interlude, considered the earliest examples of comedy in English alongside Ralph Roisterdoister and Grammar Girton's Needle. Grammar Girton's Needle? Needle? Let's see what that's about. John Still. Ooh, what do we got here? It took me to John Still. Why did it take me to John Still? I don't know why that took me to John. I might have to look at that. Let's see. But what I like here is this. So I was looking at something I could illustrate. A new interlude. Don't know if I can read all of this. A new interlude. Named Jack Juggler, both Jack Juggler, they're giving a list of the characters here. The players' names. So this is a title page for Jack Juggler. And they're giving the characters. Let's see if I got any more pictures in here. I think this is probably the only one. Title page. I think that's the only one. A summary. Prologue begins with a Latin quotation, which translates as, among thy careful business, use sometimes mirth and joy, so that no bodily work thy wits break or annoy. Jenkin Caraway is a lazy servant who tells lies to create discord between the couples he works for. All right. Date and text. Jack Juggler was entered into the register of the Stationers Company. Blah, 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 blah. References and external links. Ralph Roisterdoister. We're back to Ralph Roisterdoister. All right, I think I'm going to go back to this. And we're going to illustrate this. Let's save that image. And of course, this comes from Jack Juggler, which is a comedy play. Jack Juggler, the full title, a new interlude for children to play, named Jack Juggler, both witty, very pleasant, and merry. So what I was looking for was an illustration. And that's what I have here. This is what I'm going for. And I think what I'll do is go for these characters here. Let me swipe this and open that because I can get to it. I can open these up more. And I'm going to draw these. But what I also want to do, and I had that I pulled out here. Let's see. They like to represent themselves, men and women, in all the passionate and mirthful, M-I-R-T-H, mirthful aspects and circumstances of life. I want to highlight that. The art which suited the temperature of their imagination was the drama. In the drama, they saw men and women alive in action, in suffering, changing ever from mood to mood, from attitude to attitude. They saw themselves, men and women, solitary, conversing with their own hearts, in pairs or groups, acting upon one another. All right. So I want to kind of, it seems like they lightened up a little bit. that's kind of what they took from the medieval period, were kind of like the Dark Ages, where it was probably more stern, and it seems like they're lightening up here. So what I want to do is sketch, just a fast sketch, maybe right in here, of, let's do these two, and maybe that one I can squeeze on there. So let me come over here, and I might zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see. I took my Sharpies and everything out in the other room because I wanted to use them to draw with, and they're all out in the other room. I'm not gonna, let me zoom in a little bit more here, so you can see this just a teeny bit better. And I'm sorry if I'm knocking stuff with my head. And let's go down to the bottom of chat. Jen says, interesting name to name your kid, Ralph Reisterdoister. I think that was part of the comedy of the play, Ralph Reisterdoister and Jack Juggler. They're comedies. So I'm not sure Ralph Reisterdoister was actually maybe Ralph, but not Reisterdoister. I think that's probably a play on comedy there. That portrait was painted when Shakespeare was long dead. Oh, really, Marguerite? The portrait of Shakespeare? That's interesting. He was long dead. Cheryl said she's fussy cutting another watch. Janet said, from early days, traveling drama groups traveled from town to town. See, Janet is over in the UK, so she probably knows a little bit of this history. And, you know, it's kind of fun just to page through here. I don't know too much about the specifics of English history, but this is just from these 2 pages. What else did Janet say? Did she say anything else? Kitty Jen says, I have one brother out of 3 that decided he's not a brother, and one left that decided he's not a brother, and one left, one aunt and uncle, and about 6 cousins, 1 nephew and his family, because my other 2 nephews decided they are not nephews. Oh, they're just going through phases. Just wait till they get into their 50s or 60s. My younger brother's like that. He's decided he's not a brother anymore. Yeah. Kitty Jen, don't worry about it. They're off on their own journey. They'll journey back someday. Just keep them in your heart and prayers. Thanks, Cheryl. I know what it is, but a lot of family has passed away around different holidays for different reasons. What did Janet say? Jennifer, sending love. It's been a few years now, but my mom passed away about 4 days before Valentine's Day. That's Jen talking. Janet, this is where Janet came in. I'm kind of backtracking in chat. Kimberly says, Paul gave me a big box of chocolates. They'll be whispering to me all day. Did he give you chocolate for Valentine's Day? Aw, I was at the thrift store, not Valentine's Day, but the day before. I was on the Tuesday, which would have been the 13th. That's when I went to the thrift store, and they were selling roses, rose bouquets. Oh, they smelled so good. They were real roses, and they were pretty. They were nice. And I had a laugh because guys were coming in and buying them. You know, probably cheaper to buy them, and they were nice ones. And it was through the Catholic Church, so it was probably church members who knew what was going on. They probably announced it in the church. And they were coming in and buying these big bouquets of roses for their sweetie pies. Yeah, I would have bought one, but it was a little bit above what I wanted to pay for flowers. I was more interested in the fabric. But Kimberly got chocolate, and it's calling to her, Kimberly, Kimberly, come eat this chocolate. Yummy, yummy. There's some caramel and nuts in there. Oh, Kimberly. Butter, sugar, and cinnamon, Cheryl says. Janet said, I'm going to have to try that, Cheryl. Do you just sprinkle the cinnamon on top of the buttered toast? Yeah, is she talking about cinnamon toast? We used to make that all the time. In fact, you're making me hungry. Mom baked a lot. She didn't buy, especially when we were younger, sort of when we got older, she'd buy her bread, but she baked a lot of homemade bread. And you haven't had cinnamon toast until you've had it on homemade bread toast with butter. You toast your bread and then melt the butter over it and, get the buttery all toasty and everything. And then you sprinkle cinnamon on it and put that back under the toast, in the oven. Oh, yum. Now I'm hungry. But I want homemade bread. I don't want this. But I've been eating a lot of 12 grain bread lately. I haven't been eating white bread. Becky said, I have cinnamon raisin bread toasted with butter. It's delicious. My brother loves cinnamon raisin bread. Did you bake your bread, Becky? Did you bake it or did you buy it? I wouldn't be surprised if Becky baked her own bread. Becky's a cook and a sewer and an art journaler and a card maker. And a fabric maker. She's a lady of all trades. She says, no, I love something. Kimberly says, it's strawberry cream that whispers the loudest. I'll have just one more. Kimberly's eating her chocolate that she got from her sweetie pie. Aw. I love, not I have. Oh, you love. You don't have it. You love it. Cinnamon raisin bread. You love. You don't have any. You love it. I do too, Becky. That's the state I'm in. I love cinnamon toast, but I don't have any. Marguerite, sending you a warm hug. What did Marguerite say? My sister is not to be found. Oh, Marguerite. My sister is not to be found. My oldest sister has dementia and was claiming to be in contact with her, but even the lawyers have not found her. Hugs to you, Marguerite. I just pray that was this recent or what's going on? Is this a recent thing? Did she wander off? My mother had dementia, but she did not tend to, my mother did not tend to wander, but she was very forgetful. She would remember things way in the past, but she couldn't remember 5 minutes ago. Cheryl said, I'm here eating. I'm sitting here eating. Hi, Sylvia. What medium did I use? I think I used watercolor on this. I think I used I got this at Walmart, this little travel pad, and it's watercolor, it's Royal and Langnickel. I think this is what I used on there for I'm pretty sure that's what I used. I'm going to do more urban sketching this spring when spring comes. I got this for urban sketching. You're very welcome and good to see you, Sylvia. Good morning. It was a long time ago. Oh, I'm so sorry. Gosh, I hope wherever she is that she's well. When I was still living in Madison, my dad had an older brother, and I only remember his older brother when we stopped by once when I was a kid. But I do remember him, and he had a daughter, which was more my older sister's age, and her name was Odessa. And when I was in Madison, my brother that I'm with now said that Odessa came up and he helped her, kind of like was he helping me, but he helped her find an apartment and everything in Hastings, which is the town where we go shopping. And he helped her get settled. And he was still, his significant other was still alive and living with him, so he couldn't really have her with them. He wouldn't have had me with them. And, but he helped her get settled. And he said he went up there one day and she had packed up and did not tell him or anything and just moved on. He doesn't know where she went. And I kind of think that she was more my older sister's age. And I kind of wondered if maybe she had some medical issues. And she was an only child, I think. And so she didn't have any family. And I told my brother, I said, I sure wish I would have been down here because, you know, I could have probably have figured things out enough to know that she needed help. And I often wonder what happened to her. She would write me when I was a little girl. She would write letters to me. And I kind of like you, Marguerite. I don't know whatever happened to her. She was my cousin. She was my dad's oldest brother's daughter. So, you love my urban sketching? I want to get out and do that again. I'm probably will not get out and urban sketch in the country unless it's really close to home here. I'm going to stay in the small towns and then the towns. I have to be honest with you. I'm not really comfortable. I used to when I was younger, but sometimes scary things happen, even in the rural areas. And I just don't want to risk it. So I want to sketch some of the small towns around here. Cheryl says she'll pray for her and her family. Kitty June says, I think I'm going to make a breakfast, a burrito and blueberry smoothie in a few hours. Ooh, that you're making me hungry, Jen. Cheryl says, you're in my thoughts. I'm praying for you. She says, I'm just expressing my good intention. Yes. Well, that's good. Let's get back to the drama. Let's get, now I expanded this, so it's not, you know, when I expand it, it gets a little fuzzy. But we're going to do her. Should I do her a full page? I think I'll make her smaller in here. And I think I'm just going to do her in black and white. And I'll probably only get her and him on there. But I'm doing the banner here. And I wish I had my Tombow marker out. But I don't, so let's just go with it here. And we're just going to go right over the text here. And I'll write English drama, pre-Shakespearean drama up here. This is kind of from a comedy here. It's not really drama. Let's see. And then the hat comes this way and this way. And she's got some hair coming in here. And she doesn't really have a beautiful face. Well, it's not ugly either, but we'll give her a little nose there, and we'll give her a little eye there, and her chin. We made her eye big. And this comes around like so. And I think this was meant to be hair in here. And maybe a collar, a neckline there. And then this is in stripe here. Are you guys seeing this? I think you are if I move my hand. I'm waiting for my tablet to catch up with me. It's on the red dot, but my tablet lags. Yeah. And then there's some writing here. let's turn this around. It says, it looks like DCOT. I don't know what that means. DC. Now, Janet Nash said that they had traveled. The early drummers traveled. They traveled. Let's see, and let's make these lines a little darker here, because this is pretty small. I'm trying to get it all on the book page here. And actually, this falls way down into here. And down into here. And then this banner. See where she's holding on to it there? It kind of comes down and swirls up and around. And it looks like that fabric kind of comes around her neck here. Right in there. And then she's got this collar that comes around her shoulder here, sort of. Like that. And it's got a little border. I'm drawing with a bowed pen here. I would rather have my Tombow marker, but it's out in the other room. And I don't want to take the time to go get it. All right. And then she's got a hand that's holding on to this in here. Kind of a, I didn't do that so pretty, but it kind of curves around like so. And I suppose there's some trimming going on in there. And then she's got a little waistline here, maybe some lines going up that way. And then I'm not sure what this is, but her hand comes out. I'm not sure where that hand ends, if that's on her hip. If her hand comes down on her hip, her hand comes out. We're going to do it how they have it. She's got an oval in here. And it looks like there's a sash coming down this way, like so. And then, let's see, this is kind of a banner type thing coming this way. It has some lines going like that. And let's see, this actually has another line coming there and some lines in here. Okay, I'm liking it so far. It's not perfect, but we'll give her a little smiley lip. And this actually kind of comes down, I think, a little. All right, now she's got a waistline here. And it looks like some folds coming down this way and a little trim there. And she's got a really long skirt on. And it looks like she's stepping out a little here, because it kind of comes this way. And we'll just make it like that. And this is all, if you look at it, all it is lines. They got a line going this way. Maybe another one in here. And this one is kind of angled right in there. And then it's got some angling going on in here. Like that. And then these are just vertical, little horizontal lines. All the way down in here. And in here. How does this go? I guess it's in here. And up in here, maybe in here, and then over in here. All right. So I really don't see what happens to this hand. I think it's resting on her hip. These lines are more bold on the outside here. See how bold those lines are? So I'm going to make them bolder just by kind of scribbling them in. Maybe a bold one in here. And this one is bold up in here. I'm kind of happy with that. Now this is in black and white, so I'm going to leave mine in black and white. And then we've got this guy over here. But we also have this little guy here. I kind of like this little guy. Can't decide which one. I can't get them both on there. I think I'll do the little guy in here. Kind of like him. Although his face is kind of hard to see. This guy is. His hands get lost in here. He's holding on to something. Here's one hand. I don't know what's going on in here. And his face is really hard to see. But we're going to do him. So let's start out with his cape, maybe. And he's shorter. So we're going to make him shorter. Right in there. And his jacket is going to come down this way, and this way, and this way, and that way, and that way. So I'm doing his cape. Which is going to come off like this. And a long line coming down this way, kind of at an angle. And sort of like that. That's good. And then it has some lines in here, maybe going out into a V. And this is really a dark line here. It's very dark right in there. So I'm going to make it darker. Now, I'm not sure what he's holding. He's holding something. Maybe it's a bouquet. Now, it doesn't look like flowers, but he's holding on to something. Let's put his hand right in here. This is kind of his sleeve of his hand, and his hand is right in here. He's holding on to something. And it angles, and it has a, maybe it's a paper, maybe it's a script, I don't know. Kind of angles this way and has some funny business going on here. I don't know what's going on in there. And we're just going to put the angles in. Kind of comes out this way and this way, like so. All right, and then his cape kind of has a mark there. I don't know what's going on up in there, but his cape kind of comes this way, angles down, some lines going on in here, like that. So this is part of his cape in there. And then, look at that. He's got feet in here. His legs come this way, around this way. That's a leg. And he's got a shoe on here. He looks like he might be a jester of some sort. Got kind of little pointy toes coming off in here. That's a shoe. And this leg is coming like so. And I don't know what's going on with that foot. It might be shadow. We're just going to kind of put a shoe in there. All right. And then this one, they represent shadow. It's just with lines. So they have some lines going in here. And then there's this dark line here. And this is part of his cape in there. And then this is his foot. All right, now to his face, it's very angular and it's hard to see. Sort of like that. And then he's got this hat on. He's got hair. This is his hair coming down this way and out this way. His hat kind of comes up, has sort of a badge or something going on up there. And this way, and this way, and this way. Sort of like that. And then there's the top of it coming out here. Maybe a little bit higher. All right, I'm kind of good with that. And his face is so dark, but I do see a nose here. And it looks like he might have a mustache, so we're going to give him a mustache in here. And I can kind of see, you can't, let's see if I can expand his head a little here. You can kind of see his eyes in there. So he's looking at her. And it's really dark. All right. So there he is in all of this glory. I think I did okay. Now up here, since I've covered a lot of the text, I'm going to put pre-Shakespearean drama. And I like what Janet said about the traveling. It's a juggler's thingy pin. Is that what it is? Juggler's thingy pin up here. Juggler. Yeah, we called this, what did we call this? The juggler? What did we call that story over here in Wiki? The juggler. Where is it? This is Ralph Royster. Let me go down here to the Jack Juggler. Jack Juggler. Let's write Jack Juggler here. Jack. This is from the title page of Jack Juggler. It was a comedy. Jack. And I've got, going off of the Jack Juggler. Comedy. I'm going to put comedy. Because it was a comedy. It's a 16th century play. Let's see, does it have a date? This is from the title page. It gives a summary and everything, but did it give a... Here. Jack Juggler was entered into the register of the Stationery Company November of 1562. So I'm going to write 1562 on here. And this is pre-Shakespearean drama. S-H-A-K. But this is more of a comedy than drama, but they like their humor too. E-S-P-E-A-R. Is it E-A-N or A-N? I covered it up. Pre-Shakespeare. E-R-I-A-N. I-A-N. Drama. But Janet had something about the theater group would travel. Do I still have that? What did Janet say? Tower of London. Yeah, Anne Boleyn was imprisoned in the Tower of London. Let's see. Janet was filling us in on Tower of London. From early days, traveling drama groups traveled from town to town. That's what Janet said that. From early days, traveling drama groups. Traveling. Thank you, Janet, for saying that, because that fits on this page. Traveling drama groups. She may be gone now, but traveled from town to town. And that's all we're going to do in this today. Traveled from town to town. And I covered up all the text on this page, but I read it to you. From town to town. There we go. And I don't know if I want to do anything over here. Let's see. The kind of, in the pre-Shakespearean times, I say they kind of loosened up. They had a revival of learning, had enriched the national mind with a store of new ideas. The revival of learning had enriched the national mind with a store of new ideas and images. I like that phrase. New ideas and images. I'm going to write new ideas and images, because that calls to me. And then it goes on and talks about how stern things were prior to that. And then it talked on this page a lot about the drama and the mirth and all of that. And it goes on over here. I'll save that for another day. So this is today's. I think I'm going to take a picture of this. And this is the title page from Jack Juggler. The print. Let me take a picture of this for my thumbnail. And I'm going to get that lamp. And let's turn my light around. And get the bright light on it. There we go. Alrighty then. What's next? Let me turn my light again. This is fun to do. It's just fun to explore this little book, and we'll do this periodically. How about working in the scavenger journal? I haven't worked in my scavenger journal for a while. Let's get all that out. Let me put my phone in a safe spot so I don't knock it off my desk. Oh, we also have the calendar to work on. And I got a 365 book, but I can't find it. Let's work on the Bob Ross calendar. Let's do a page out of this. I've been tearing them out and putting them in here. I don't know. I might have to make a bigger journal for this. But I've been tearing them out. February 2nd. I think this was just a title. No, this was February 9th. The 2nd. The 9th. I worked on the back of the 9th. And this was the 7th. So this one goes in here. So today is the 15th. And it's another picture. But let's pull out the 14th too. And we'll put these back over. Just to clear my desk off a little. I got these the first time we went at Barnes & Noble. They were 50% off. Whoops. On the 14th it says, trees and bushes and everybody needs a friend. Trees and bushes and everybody need a friend. Valentine's Day. I like that quote. And then this looks like one of his paintings that he did. We're going to work on the back of that. And what am I going to do here? Let's get out my... I want to get out my paper scraps. Let's see, I have this Cupid, but I want this. I sent this off to the card off to Melissa. This was the postcard. That's going to go in my journal. Let's see what I've got. Buttons. I've got my little hexy pieces here. That looks like a little heart. Got my little hexies. I've got thread. Hold on, I'm digging. I'm getting my scraps out here. My table scraps. Let's see what I have. We got to use this scrappy stuff up. I got to use it. I've got a butterfly. Let's put the butterfly in here. Is that a butterfly? I think it is. And a flower. And we've got this text. Just put that there. We've got a little piece of yellow paper we'll put up here. I tend to like this butterfly better, I think. Got a little scrappy there. Let's tear this butterfly off. Let's put that here. Let's put this one here. Like so. We'll put this one over here. Trees and bushes and everybody need a friend. This says bossy. What else do I have in here? I've got some text. You can't see what I'm digging in, but I'm not going to zoom out. Let's see. What do I have that I want to put on there? I've got my stitched, my tatted butterfly here that's could kind of fit on there. Go for it, Karen. Got a little piece of Aida cloth there. All right, let's start putting this on because I'm knocking it off. I'm just going to put it on with double-sided tape. That came from Laura Vasquez, bless her heart. Bless Laura's heart. Thank you, Laura Vasquez, for all that double-sided tape that you've been sending me. Bless your heart. I got a little thread there, but I'm going to cover it up. And we're going to put this one down here. I think I'll put it like, let's ravel it. This is Aida. Some people call it Aida cloth. But if you're in the needle group and you call it Aida, you might get corrected. It's Aida. They say Aida. It's not Ada. It looks like Ada. And a lot of people pronounce it as Ada. We'll put that right there. And let's just put a piece of tape right here. I'm going to put that right in there. And then the butterfly, I think I'll put it right here. And it's just helping me use up my scrappy scraps that I have. I have a whole, you can't see them, but off to the side over there, I have that cigar box full of table scraps. And this is what I'm pulling from. And I think I'll work in my scavenger hunt. Let's see, it's 8:28. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to have time to work in the scavenger hunt. Because I only go until 9 on Thursdays. Let's stop and review the Thursday streams that I have here. On Thursday, Stacy Catitude at 10 a.m. I think Paint Girly comes on too on Thursdays. Kathy Arbor is on at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Paint Girly at 10 a.m. Eastern. And Dusty Unicorn on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She's on the Pacific time, so I think she comes on in the afternoon, but you kind of have to watch. I have 2 to 4 Pacific, but I could be wrong there. I need to get her correct times, but I know she comes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Beth Schuler, of course, comes on Thursday evenings at 6 p.m., so if you want to join her. She does a lot of interesting things. Man, I was hoping to get to my scavenger hunt. Tomorrow is Friday morning. I will be streaming tomorrow morning. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll work in my scavenger hunt journal tomorrow morning since we didn't get to it today. I do want to at least get the alphabet done. Oh. And let's see, that's going to go over quite a bit. Do I want it? Yeah, I'm going to let it go. I think I'll tear this part off though here. We'll just tear around in here. That kind of helps it. Let's put it down here. Let's put it. Let's see, I had that little bit. I don't know where I threw it. I'll take a little bit off of this and put on there. I seem to get these little margins in there. Let's put that down first. I'm just doing this with double-sided tape. It's kind of just using up my table scraps. And this is something fun to do. I like to do it on calendar pages. I have last year's calendar that I could work in too. Get this off here if I can. Put that on. Oh, I like it that way. Let's just put it this way. I like that. I need another piece under there. I'm going to take a bit of, if I can get to it here, one more swirl of the, what do I do with it? Some of this, hopefully. I broke the little foam rubber piece off. I've got to put it back on. I'll put this under here. It needs to be cleaned off, and I'm not going to fool with it right now. Okay, what else? I also have a green butterfly. Let's put him up here. My butterflies, I think what makes them unique is not only the twisted antenna, but I do a double spine, one on each side, and I do a tail here. Kind of makes them, I think I'm going to, for my design class, my tatting design class, which happens today, I think I'm going to chart up that pattern and give it out as a freebie. You could do this with crochet too, but this is tatted. I'm going to put it in here. And let's see, I want it to go that way, so I'm going to put some glue on its wings. And this has the spine on there. It won't show if I'm gluing it down, but so be it. And let's see if I can get a hold of the tail and the antenna and put some glue on this wing. Oh, and what did I do with the needle? See, I need that needle. It's here somewhere. Did you guys see where I put my needle? Put it right in there. What did I do with the needle? The first time I pinned it down here and then I took it off again. And I'm not careful with where I put it. And I can't see it on here. Doggone it. Did any of you see where I put my needle? Let me refresh chat and see if anybody has told me. Where did I put my needle? Thank you, Mary. Friends, and take care, Janet Nash said. See you at Beth's later. Bye, Janet. Have a great day. I don't know where my needle went off to. I knew I'd lose it. Maybe I'll find it later. There it is. It gets lost on it gets lost. I'm going to have to put that foam rubber back on it. When I had that foam rubber piece on the side, but I was fooling with getting the cap off, and this cap, I'm going to have to run it under hot water, is glued on there, and I was trying to twist it off, and I twisted my foam rubber piece off. All right, we're not done here, though. I'm not done. We still want something else on here. I'm not sure what. What do I have in here? Oh, flowers. Let's grab a flower, which means I'm going to get my glue out again. Let's put some flowers on here. I could staple those on with my tiny attacher. Let's tiny attach this too. Oh, am I out? Am I out? Maybe I just couldn't reach. We'll see. I don't think I'm out of them. I'll have to refill it. Not today, but yeah, I'm out of staples. Doggone it. Hold on. Let me reach the other stapler. We'll use the big one. I don't want to stop and refill that. You would know, right in the middle of me wanting to do something, I'd run out of staples. There we go. Let's trim that off. Wherever my scissors went. Trim this. And I know, let's get that. What did I do with it? Did it fall off already? Some of that washi tape. Looks like it fell. I don't know if I can get a hold of it. Where it went off to. We've got some washi here. Some keys. Let's put this on there. Right like that. Maybe the other way. All right, I know where that pen is. We're going to come. Across that way. With these keys. Washi tape. I'm going to start right here. I don't know where I got this from, somebody in Happy Mail. Come on. In there. Trees and bushes and everybody need a friend. I like that. And let's see what's going on over here. I think I knocked my other washi tape off. Bobby pins and scrap paper. That's a Goodwill tag. What's in there? Oh, these are the, let's pull Sharon's labels off for the next one. Alrighty. I think I'm going to call this done, except for fabric. Hold on. Let's get out a marker and maybe a pink one, because it's February 14th. Okay, I'm liking that. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm liking it. We'll leave it just like that. We'll call that one done. And I've got 20 minutes to do the other one. I think tomorrow morning I'm going to work in the scavenger hunt journal. Let me put these bits back in here. And close up my cigar box of table scraps here. Hold on, I'll show you in a minute. And put my glue. I might need the glue though, I'm going to leave it out. This is my cigar box of table scraps that I was pulling from. Got plenty to use. And then I sit my tablet with you guys on top of it. And you fit back in there. And then I'm going to put, I took my $40 out that I got in Happy Mail. I spent $10 of it. And what I bought is still out in the car. But I might take the rest of it and buy me some more watercolors. I still have Sharon's Santa Claus to send her. I keep it underneath of this tablet. Boy, I sure have a mess over here. I want to make Janet Nash's fairy ribbon for my December daily, and I have some buttons. I keep Janet's Santa Claus underneath of this tablet. Whoops, I didn't put my butterfly away. I have double-sided tape. Follow Your Bliss. This came, I think I'll use this on the calendar. Start off using that. All right. This was for the slow stitch. All right, so we did this one, calendar page. This is for the 14th. This is for the 15th. And I'm going to start off by putting this Follow Your Bliss on here. And then I've got all these little journal pieces from Sharon Marlowe. Thank you, Sharon Marlowe. I'll have to send her a message. I'll have to send her a message to thank her. Let's see. Oh, look, there's some big butterflies, too. And a bird. I like the bird. And some tags. That one kind of goes. And we'll save that for later. These are the labels. I'm going to save those for later. She sent me labels. How about pulling off a sticker? Or two. I'm eyeing that one. Do I have to cut it out? I think I have to cut these. We together of the story. We together of the story. I'm just going to cut here. I don't think these, I think you have to cut these. But I do think they're stickers. I could be wrong. We'll find out in a minute. They feel like stickers. Where's Penelope? It's not sharp enough. Penelope, I need a needle. She's eating my needle. See, she eats these things. She ate that big needle. Penelope, stop eating the needles. She says, you feed them to me. I think this is sticker paper. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But I don't think I am. I just have to get a hold of it. Sharon's probably going, it's not sticker paper, Mary. What are you doing? It feels like sticker paper. I could be wrong here. It's awfully thick paper if it's not sticker paper. Yeah, they're vellum stickers. They are stickers. Oh, it's pretty. It's vellum. I thought they were stickers. They're just hard to get open. I'm going to put it right up in here. Let's see. This is the 15th, so I'm going to flip it over this way. I'm going to put it right in here. Kind of sideways, I guess. And then this came from Malia. And I'm going to shorten this up a little so it'll fit on my page like that. I like it that way anyway. And let's just put some glue. Hopefully this did not glue itself shut, and it didn't. So I'm good. I'm going to have to clean that cap though. And this says, follow your bliss. So I will. And then I'm going to shorten this like that. I'm sure this was a sticker pad that she had. We'll put this one down in here like that. Now I had this bird, but now he doesn't fit on there the same way. So we're going to save him off. I do like the butterfly. And is this a sticker? I think this is just a chipboard butterfly. I don't think that's a sticker. Let's put it on. Hopefully this is strong enough to hold chipboard. It's not strong chipboard, it's just a thin. I think it'll hold. We're gonna put it in there. And let's see, I decided against the bird because he's too big for that now. Let's see what else. I don't want to do the labels. I have these. That's a possibility. Another butterfly. These are from what Sharon sent me. I guess I'm back to... These are so hard to get off. War is over. My love, you are like a flower so sweet and pure and fair. I like that saying. Where is that? What time is it? 8:52. I have a few minutes left here. I think Paint Girlie's coming on. Colleen and Kathy, I don't know if they're on. If they're coming on Tuesday and Thursday, but they might be on. Also, Tanya and Lisa, maybe in the afternoon. I kind of lost track of what Tanya and Lisa are doing. They both took breaks, and I lost track of them. So you can catch up with them. It's either on Tanya's channel or Lisa's channel. Get my fingernails in there. Get a hold of this sticker. You could almost glue it on. There we go. Get my needle in there. Come on, there you had it. I'm going to put that in here. Right side up, Mary. My love, you are like a flower. My brother's out there gagging. You are like a flower so sweet and pure and fair. I know what love is. It is because of you. And let's go back to these tags over here. These are not stickers. They are tags. And I'm eyeing this one. So let's cut this out real fast. These came from Sharon Marlowe. Thank you, Sharon Marlowe. I appreciate all the little bits and pieces. Fun things to use in your journaling. And let's see. Look, I have this. Can I poke a hole in there with that big needle? Not this little one. That one I'm using to... That one she almost ate. She says, I wasn't eating, you were too. Eating these needles. Shame on you. Make a hole in there and hopefully thread this through. And I might need that needle again. What'd you do with it? Penelope, don't eat my needles. She says, don't feed them to me. Looks like I have an extra thread there. Let's just tie a little knot. Looks like she got this off of the back of something. Zest. AW. ZESTAW 9. Basic something. And let's just clip it. And we will put that. Wonder if I can lift that up now. Probably not. I kind of like it there, but I want to see if I can't move this butterfly. I glued it down. Just move it up a little. Pull it up a little. Put this tag. Sorry, I'm going to move your butterfly. You're ruining it now. You're ruining it. We want to put that tag on there. Like that. And we'll put the butterfly. This says, Coffee in Life. Kitties and sweet something are included. Let's put that tag on. I'm going to glue it on too. And I think my glue is getting dirty. Let's put it like that. And let's put that butterfly down here. Oh, I like that. So these pieces here came from Sharon. This was a note card off of Malia's Thrift, the sale stuff. Let's see, I have one more space to put something up there, and I'm wanting one of these ladies, but that'll be awfully hard to cut. How about the For You? Let's take that pink marker that I had out. What time is it? I've got 2 minutes. I've got 2 minutes to finish this up. I might go just a tad bit over. Just a tidbit. Because I want to finish this. I'm going to color this real fast in here. This is a dark pink. Let's go under this. Like so. Doesn't have to be perfect. And I find that these colors, after I put them on, they soften up and kind of blend into, all these streakies kind of blend in. There. Now, I want to take this For You right here. And hopefully I'll get this opened up real fast. I need my little scissors out here. I don't like fussy cutting little things with big scissors. I need my little scissors. All right. And We're going to take a pen and see if I can't get this open fast. Oh, and it's going to lift off. Yay. And hopefully this will show up for you. And then I'm going to take my Sharpie, not Sharpie, it's a Pen Plus Gear marker. And this will soak through to the other side, but that's okay. What I have going on there, I don't know. Got something on there. I think that's part of the butterfly. We'll put that on there. Whoops. Wants to go its own way sometimes. Follow your bliss. Follow your bliss. And, my love, you are like a flower, it says. I know what love is because of you. There we go. I'm liking this. So I'm going to call it done. Call this one done. And it is 3 after 9. I want to wish you all a happy Tuesday. I will see you tomorrow morning at 4:30 in the morning. And let's see. Am I caught up with you guys? Let me refresh my chat one more time to say goodbye. Hold on. Chat filter. All messages. Janet Burgess. Hi, Janet B. Janet Burgess. It's okay, Mary. Finish what you're doing. Don't rush, Jen says. Dara's here. Cheryl saying goodbye to Kimberly. Kimberly says, see you in the morning, Mary. I hope you all have a good day. Have a good day, Cheryl says. I made a file folder from magazine pages. I got the idea from Crafting Mamas. Cheryl said that. Kimberly says, Cheryl, Lena made a really cool file folder journal years ago. It was like a suitcase. Oh, that's interesting. Kimberly says Miriam. Miriam is MMW, Art Curious by MMW. I think that's her channel name. And she is going to be on at 12 noon Eastern. I'm going to have to find out if that's her regular time on Thursdays, 12 noon Eastern. Watch for Lisa and Tanya. Later, let's see who's on now. Stacy May and Paint Girly. Thursday, Tuesday, can't trust that something or other. I can't read the whole thing, but Paint Girly's on. I see some other journals out there, not live streams, some videos. So have a great day, everybody. I appreciate you coming in and spending a part of your Thursday morning with me. I will see you tomorrow morning at 4:30 a.m. Bye.